And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You wanna get a news update? To spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Barabadeba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
On the spoon to get
Yes,
your
what you want.
information. On the spoon to be
Yes,
part
what you
of our
want.
discussion.
Batileo.
Spoon, spoon television.
Yes, what you want. Batileo.
Spoon, spoon radio station.
Yeah.
Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Tunnel with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
Okay, Tune to Spoon. This is where you get the news. When the politicians want to break the news, they come to Spoon. This is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's edition of the program, Liberia's most informative and talk show on radio and online. The Spoon Talk is that place where you get critical analysis on the issues with a diverse panel here every night. So, welcome to the show. We are live across radio in Liberia on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1, and we are live on several other stations across the country, thanks to our partner radio station, Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bon County, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seclipia, Nima County, and a host of other radio stations across the country, to mention Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County, right next door. So thanks for joining us tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. Thanks to, let me say welcome to all of our folks online. We're streaming across the internet as well. We're on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, that's for Facebook. And we're also live on YouTube, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So thanks to everyone for joining us tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. You know, the country is busy, and this is one edition of Spoon Talk you just can't afford to miss. There's going to be very engaging. It's going to be informative, with lots of information, lots of critical analysis coming your way tonight. The best you can do is to share the program as you come on across the social media handles, in your WhatsApp groups, just wherever you are. Share the program tonight, as you can be assured that you will get nothing less than the best tonight. I want to go across and bring Dr. Richardson in now. I see our own Dr. Richardson is already ready. Welcome, Dr. Richardson. It's good to see you again.
Oh, Nelson.
No, you are muted. Okay.
Yes. How are you, Nelson? It's good to see you as well. It's been really busy in the country, I see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's been a very busy day.
At the courthouse, you are very busy.
Yes.
You're just turning around, but we're not going to get into that discussion right now, because it's going to be the discussion of, the couple of hours that we spend here on Spoon. Of course, I will allow Stanton to break the news to you, because you guys like to hear the news from him. He comes with his, Maxwell, who was on this program. He comes with salt and pepper.
Yeah.
So, so I'm gonna stay clear of that right now. But I just, I was just reading up, and I'm still actually reading up, Nelson, and I have to say that I'm so proud and happy that women are on the Supreme Court of Liberia. I see the honors, Honorable Yo. I see Honorable Woolacully. I also see Her Honor Clinton Johnson. And
Yeah.
you have the two men who are on the Supreme Court. His Honor Kaba and His Honor Bese. I hope I'm saying his name correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So I just like the fact that women, dominated, the critical thinking at the moment, that women can do it, So I like the fact that our country have women in such high positions. And these women are not with children either. I want to also add that. I know that Her Honor Yo has 10 children and 2 grandchildren. I also know that Your Honor Jinsetta Woolacully has 3 children. And I'm also, let me just read here a little bit and see. I know that, let me just see if I can get how many children. I know she's like the newest person on a court. So we don't have much about her in terms of her family. Justice Johnson. I just like the fact that, these women are able to be professional women. They're able to be, mothers to the children and grandmothers. And yet still they come every day to work in the interest of the Liberian people. So I want to say a big, big kudos to those women. Liberians, I want to ask you, just tell you how you're doing. I hope all is well with everybody. On my end, it's a very cold, cold, cold Friday. If I did not have to go outside today, you will not find me outside. The weather is changing over here in my part of the world, but we're getting adjusted. It was very cold yesterday. It is cold today, but I hear all is well in Liberia. I saw Nelson outside enjoying a beautiful dry season. That's what it is in Liberia. I want to just welcome all of you to the show. Let me just go back while Nelson attends. It looks like he was taking a phone call. Nelson, are you back with me or are you still on the phone? It looks like Nelson is busy on the phone. While Nelson does that, he gets ready. I want to welcome Eric McGill. He's watching us from Atlanta, Georgia. I also want to welcome Daniel Tanti is also watching us from Thinkers Village. Judith Sando is watching us. Benu Campbell is also watching. Divine God can bless anybody. Yelu is following. Abel Yuma Plaki is also watching from Marshall Road in Magibie County. Michael Roberts is from Grand Bassa County. Matus D. Gibson is also watching us. Samuel Peters is watching from Pennsylvania. Emmanuel Wilson, are you back, Nelson? Just
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Richardson. I had to make some quick adjustments in the background.
That's
Yeah.
okay. I was just welcoming some of our people. There's a lot of people here to welcome, but of
Okay.
course, we welcome all of you guys to the Spoon Talk Network, where you come to get, the news. I like this. The reason why I'm here because number one, Nelson already told you, you get diverse opinions from different body of people from different walks of life. I also know that this is something relatively new in our country. It's not just one person doing a monologue, just telling you how things should be in our country. It's like many people are expressing themselves and giving their views about what is happening in Liberia. This is like real-time news. Like when Nelson was at the court today, it was in real time. I saw my sister Glendy on. I saw, CEO, former CEO Stanton Witherspoon on. So it was in real time. We actually have not had this in Liberia for a while. When I was in Liberia, I think EFBC used to go off, I think 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock. We hear the national anthem, we put the national anthem, that's, I gotta tell you there's this joke, about one of my grandfather that used to work at the Bank of Liberia.
Okay.
And, so the people were so patriotic those days. I mean, when they talk about when they singing the national anthem or the flag day, people will put their flags over. And this my grandfather, yeah. By the time every day when it's 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, by the time he hear the national anthem, he will stand straight. Every day. He used to work to the bank at that time. So by the time they play that national anthem, that Papa will check you. He will not move. You will just be, you're not in the military or nothing. You will check you. You will
Stand straight.
Whether you call it a knee or you call it a knee, just sit down. My husband used to be laughing up to the face to the thing. He passed on, of course, but they still tell the story about him how he was so patriotic, that he would just like acknowledge the national anthem. CEO, it's good to see you, Stanton. It's good to welcome you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. How you doing?
I'm doing well, doing very well.
Good. I see that we got Ava in the back. We're going to bring Ava on. We do not have enough time because we have to do a 3 hours program tonight. And we hope that you that joining us, please share the show. This is a big one tonight. Everybody coming on. Have you taken phone calls, Nelson?
Not yet.
Wow. So you and Dr. Richardson were having a feed day. Wow.
Not really. I was welcoming people, calling names and everything. We were not just started.
Yeah, but I think we got to get into it because we got to be in and out. A lot of folks coming on, the entire panel coming on. So we just got to get into it. The best thing we can do is to just hear people briefly. We're going to get people from all sides coming on. The majority Black, the minority Black. We're going to have independent councilors, and former lawmakers contributing tonight. We will be bringing in Serena Seafers and probably Kabin Anjane. Guys, we're going to have a big show today because of the ruling from the Supreme Court. So we ask you, wherever you find yourself, it's a 3 hours, probably 3 hours, 30 minutes program. So it will be loaded. Again, everybody have their side. I'm independent. I put my right hand up. And I want to say to all of you, please, if you say your own, somebody say that own, don't get vexed. This is Liberia we are talking about. So yes, indeed, someone will disagree with you, and we will be mature. We're going to be bringing for the formula James Colai. We're going to be bringing more stability, I believe, from the Majority Black. We're going to be bringing in other folks that will be contributing seriously tonight. Whoever you think win, is up to you. The Supreme Court said what they had to say. The ruling is very, very congested, but again, somebody is standing strong. Somebody, some black, some group have hope. I want to welcome all of you. I hope we can come and get this done. I'm tired because we have a long program this morning and we are here again this evening. It's not easy, folks, but we want to say thank you. Can you please take out your face cap because we are not seeing your face. I don't mean that you take it off. We just want to be very clear. I want to say to all of you, sorry, we'll take only 5, maybe 10 calls tonight before we get started, please. All right, then we got to get straight into it. We got a lot of stuff about this ruling. If you have not seen the ruling, it's on the Spoon page. We're going to share. I mean, it's there already. The full thing, 3 pages, signed by all 5. The Chief Justice and the 4 Associate Justice, justices, or whatever you can put them. James, little brother Nelson Colette.
Ultra virus is the word. I need a T-shirt with that word on it.
Okay.
I like that word. I like those 2 words. Ultra virus.
So Nelson, can we go to the phone line, Nelson, and take some calls real quick? Let's take 10 calls from Liberia and only Liberia, and then we can come back and start this program. Again, every second count because everybody coming on, we got to be in and out to have a great show. Asiva, it's good to have you, my friend. So let's take 10 calls, then we can come and start this.
Right, I get serious today.
We are running with time. I have my phone loaded, Dr. Richardson. If I do not push on the time, we will not have everybody to come. Listen, the Liberian people depend on you, me, and the rest of the team. They're really looking forward to a great show. So if I start playing around with Ava as to why he's in Liberia, then we'll not leave from here.
Okay, I said different side that I used to sing that. Or I saying used to sing that side. You're not even laughing, just talking. So.
Yeah, because anyway, let me keep what I want to say because I'll tell you why. What is happening to our country is just not right. People playing too much of games, and it's going to have a serious effect on the Liberian people. I can tell you this. The Christmas is coming. The budget is circulating around. The Supreme Court came up with ruling. Fulani said he won. Richard Kun said he won. What the hell going on? Only God's won. Only the knowledge of God will prevail now. Somebody got to save Liberia. The man said, but Joseph Yiman Baka and the executive, we don't know. But again, we are here to tell the Liberian people, welcome to Spoon Talk. We're going to take 10 calls. Who's the first caller, Nelson?
So this person here, hello, 0555-101075 is the number to call. Hello.
Are you, Chief?
Yes, you are live, sir. Let's hear your name and where you're calling from.
This is Fire Junior, member of the Massive Rescue Mission Information Hub. I want to contact with New Jersey.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and let me commend the Supreme Court today for their ruling. You see, I followed the COPA celebrating the victory, but first thing we should ask, who carried the to the Supreme Court? It was COPA Club. And one of those things that COPA pleaded for, he said the action by the majority bloc was unconstitutional. So which means that it's for his removal. And then the Supreme Court make a strong statement in the second.
It's 45 seconds, Nelson. We got to go to the next one, please.
The guys should go
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello. Please be brief. 30 seconds, 45 seconds maximum.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm Daniel Ife from 540.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to tell my lawmakers that they should do the right thing.
Okay.
The court never gave that decision in one person's favor.
Okay.
So who is trying to do things that the people want? That the people want, and they're not reaching there.
Thank you.
Let them come down and forget about everything and go back to status quo and start to do things better for the
Let's hold
people.
you there and take another person. Hello.
Nothing. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. Quickly, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Very quickly, you're speaking with Kane, Mohammed Kane.
Yeah, go ahead, Kanye.
Studio number 16. Alpha Committee. Nothing. I think let me appreciate the court ruling today, and the court said the court placed his judgment today in a very terrible condition today. Okay? No. So the people are celebrating, and I listened to Majid today, Majid today from Majid today, because the way he analyzed
10 seconds.
even the sponsor today, I think they're going to be in favor of
Thank
Majid Block. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello. Let's hear you quickly. Caller number 4.
Nelson, how you doing?
Yeah, go ahead quickly, sir. You're live.
This is Pascal Davis.
Pascal, let's hear
Let
you.
me say thanks to the Supreme Court. Look, we are asking Mr. Richard Kuhn and a group of toys to go back to the look. This country is a country. This is a serious country, and the president should not be treating this country in the manner and form. Those unserious group of individuals must go back to the capital building to the place of work.
Okay.
This is a play country. It's so useless to say.
Thank
They
you.
have to return to job.
Let's hold you
Thank
there
you.
and take another person. Hello. Caller number 5. You're live. Let's hear you quickly.
Yeah, even Nelson Kohler, even to CEO and Uncle St. Jackson. My name is Daniel Gideon Kakla calling from Banga City, Bonkan
Go
this
ahead
evening.
quickly, sir.
I want to say kudos to the Supreme Court, but like other people understanding the ruling today different way. Some people celebrating here in Ghana that they have won. When the Supreme Court not even come up with no ruling, if you look at our whole ruling, that's a charge for the former speaker, Kofa. It's a big charge for him because the guy will not sit on his gavel. So why are we going? It means that he must just forget it and leave things just like that because it's over.
Thank you very much. Caller number 6. Hello. Your name and where you calling
Good
from?
evening. Hello, Nancy. Good evening.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. So good for in Paji tonight.
Okay, Sekou.
Oh, Nancy, I'm calling pleading with the speaker fanatic over Lay because Nancy, if they ruling what they rule today, they now rule again, nobody favor. They only asking the majority blood to go get due process to him. If the people refuse to go there, when you go back to the again,
Thank
it
you.
will be the 6th phase and so on.
Thank you very much. Caller number 7. Hello.
No.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you. Yeah, go ahead. You're live, sir.
No.
Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Spoon, right? Okay.
Okay. I think your line is bad. Your background is very noisy. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, please go ahead quickly.
Yeah, my name is Fofi Kamara calling from Duporo.
Go ahead, Fofi. Let's hear you.
Okay, I want to say hi to Mr. Stanton Waterspoon and our old man Samuel P. Jackson. My brother, my attention is given to decision today from the Supreme Court with the both
You are coming very low, sir. Can you be audible a bit?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead now. Let's hear you.
Yeah. I'm saying that the ruling today that was made at the court with the embattled speaker and the majority, well, don't know where Liberia problem is going, but I mean, we just ask God to intervene and ask the president to see wisdom to really intervene into this thing so that at least the whole saga can be laid to rest that we can have one speaker in the house, get this country going in the right direction.
Okay, let's go there and take the caller number 8. Hello.
Yeah, I still calling for
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you.
Thank you for the speaker over we. We all listen to why they ruling the day. They know the constitution. They say they don't do a constitutional. All the one they were doing what they were outside the constitution. The man won and won the man.
Okay, thank you. 05551010075 is the number. Hello, caller number
Good
9.
evening, Nelson Korea.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
My
Let's hear you.
my name is Samson Kawito calling from district number 4.
Let's hear you, Samson.
Nelson, that whole ruling today, people going about saying, they in favor of Fonandi Kofa. Nobody gave ruling in favor of Fonandi Kofa. Fonandi Kofa, the people say they must go back in court to have a quorum. So, the black say you win, or they not tell Fonandi Kofa you win.
Thank you.
So the people gave a ruling that they don't want for nobody to see back. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Caller number 10. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead quickly, sir.
Yeah, I'm okay. Well, I just want to let the third caller call Pastor David. Then he started insulting people. Those are honorable men. That's all he does. And he's so mad. Why is he so mad like that? You know that? The Supreme Court, the thing was, they don't want God
You
to
have a feedback, right? There's a feedback coming from your end.
Okay, sorry. I think I'm
Yeah. So
I said.
Okay, we lost that person. So we've taken 10 calls. I don't know if we should.
Yeah, let's go into this thing. It's 9 p.m. in Liberia, 4 p.m. here in the U.S. Eastern Time. We want to say thanks again for joining us. To you out there, appreciate our show. Jay William, Nyanti, City Boss. We want to say thank you. City Boss Fale, Siata Tembe, as always. Siata, how you doing? I want to say Sinan Cordy, Brahma, Kamara, Tatos, Boa, Leo, Emancipator, Gango, Princess Rose, Marvin, the Shell. I want to welcome all of you and many more joining us. Please share the show. This is what we do every day. We are here to discuss something serious concerning our country, Liberia. Robert Clark, Jamon, Tipos, Dempster, Sekou, we want to welcome you. Jesse Koroman, Bernice, we want to welcome you. Musa Fakusako, I want to welcome Ruth Bade. How you doing, man, Ruth? Augustin Gatet, Dennis Brooks, Jerry, we want to welcome you. Daniel Memba, Hassan Mitsul Osi Sharif, David Booker, Melvin Mavey, Stephen Graham's group of company, we want to welcome you. We want to welcome every one of you that indeed, let's have a great show. Emmanuel Mark, boy, we want to welcome you. Sorry, this thing is going crazy. Bobby Tuet, let's welcome you. Tell us where you're joining us from. Genevieve, it's always good to see you. Bidder Law, Abraham, it's good to see you. Adi Dennis, James. I want to say Cecilia Eku Paku, Mohammed Bedete, Lahariton Wolu Sumo, Women Knuckles. Let's welcome Women Knuckles. I want to welcome Valley Dukley. Let's bring in Alio Soiree, Kowa Flomo. Listen, guys, I'm sorry, your name is going like crazy. Leo D. I want to welcome you, Leo. I want to bring in Heron Dwight. And again, we'll be bringing in some lawmakers to come and give their own contribution. You win, or this person win, this person win. The only thing we can do on the show tonight is to really discuss the issue as independently as possible. And I want to say welcome to the show, Uncle Sam. Ava, welcome. Let's get into this thing in the next couple of minutes. We'll be bringing in Heron, Honorable Forde Family. We'll be bringing in Musa Hassan Bedeti. And I have other group joining us. We'll be bringing an independent lawyer, likewise a former lawmaker. He will be joining us too. But let me hear you. Let me hear you, Asiva. Your take today. Real quick, guys, let's respect the time. Just for your opening, we'll give you 1 minute, please. Asa, talk to me.
Can I do my take later? My opening be about this stuff?
No, we can't do that now, my man. But pull that thing by. You want to talk about what? I'm not seeing anything you're talking about over there, Isaac. And now you're freezing again. It's like you put your chest up. What happened with your brother, Glenny? He just got stuck when he put his chest up. You don't even have a chest, but you put your chest up. So let's put you in the back because we're not hearing you. All right. All right. So Uncle Sam talked to us that Isaac can return. His internet is not good.
I had said that the ruling was going to be murky, but it was not murky at all. It was not murky at all. On the last page, it was very clear what the justices said. The justices said that, number one, in the beginning, they said they have the constitutional authority to rule in matters of this nature. That's what they said. So once they did that, they were telling the two parties that yes, they're going to rule, and this is judiciable. Okay, so the whole doctrine of political question doctrine was not even involved in this. Okay, now if you look at the last sentence of what the ruling said, it was very, very simple. They said that wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, any sittings or actions by members of the legislature not in conformity with the intent of Articles 33 and 49 of this Constitution are ultra-virus. Maybe the people on the other side don't know what ultra-virus means. Ultra-virus is a very significant term. It means that you don't have the legal foundation, you don't have the power, or you don't have the authority. They say hence. Let me finish.
We got, it's just 1 minute, Uncle Sam.
30 seconds, I beg you. 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Hence, it says, hence, members of the House of Representatives are to conduct themselves accordingly. The clerk of the court is ordered to inform the parties, and it is so hereby order. There was an order given by the court. It was not murky. It was not ambiguous. It was clear as day. But the renegades on the other side, they want to muddle the issue so they can take advantage of the ignorance of some of the Liberian people.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. It's good to have you again. I want to bring in Glennie. Glennie, your take. We were here this morning, and we're here again. Your 1 minute, Glennie.
Well, it's good to be back. I love today in Liberia because the powers that may be who have the final say in any legal proceedings spoke today, and they spoke clearly. The interpretations may be different because people want to evade what the justices said, but they were very clear on what the situation is. I know earlier somebody, people kept texting me, well, somebody said it was unconstitutional. Ultra virus, that's what it means. Whatever they did, they had no legal rights to do it. And if you don't have legal rights to do certain things, it means that you've done it unconstitutionally. So I just want to clarify that because a lot of people text me about that. But it's a good day for Liberia, Stanton. What we will need to see is the lawmakers that we have. We will hope that they follow the law on Monday and that they don't break the law. Because for me, in my understanding, and I also spoke to one or two people who said the ruling today was very clear. It's unless you're on the other side want to interpret it to your benefit, that's what it is. For me, it was clear.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Let me bring in Antoine Gamade Clinton. It's good to have you, my brother. Talk to us.
Look, there was one important. If the Supreme Court did not do anything today, right, it did one thing, and that is it affirmed the speakership of Fonati Kofa. The Supreme Court affirmed the speakership of Fonati Kofa. And I know we'll get into the later details as the show goes along, but there is no ambiguity when people talk about this is murky, is ambiguity. There's no ambiguity. The decisions of the court is very clear. It's only one issue that people running around with and talking about, it's confusing, and that's the issue of whether the court can compel members of the majority bloc, and the court says no, because that authority under the Constitution is given to the legislature. They have to decide how they're going to do that. It's not our place to do that. That's it. That's what the court said. The court addressed the other issues. So this was now a hands off. We don't want to get involved. The court addressed the legal issues on the issues that the court could not address, that the Constitution gave to exclusively to the legislature. The court says the legislature should go back and figure it out. That's it.
I thank you very much, Clinton. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, your 1 minute on this opening day from the Supreme Court ruling.
Yes, thank you everybody for joining Spoon. I want to say that when I read the ruling, it appears very, very clear to me. I want to start off by saying that the court mentioned that it does have the authority as the arbitrator of the law in our country. They can decide, such a case. So I like that. I like them affirming their authority. I also know that they said there's one presiding speaker, presiding officer, and that is the speaker. You elected a speaker. I like that they said that. And if the speaker is not there, it's the deputy speaker. They also mentioned about the sitting, okay? What consists of a sitting. It's not a majority. They didn't recognize a majority black or minority. Well, they said that a minority is not in a constitution, by the way. So I like the fact that they mentioned that there's can only be one sitting in my interpretation, and that is the sitting where the speaker is involved. So I want to give a big shout out to the women who are in the dominating factor on the court. There are 3 female justices on the court. And there's 2 men. I just want to say kudos to those women who sat there and critically thought out the law to make such application. And these women are not void of not having a family either. All 3 of them have families as well. They are playing multiple roles in our society. Kudos to you, women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Again, thanks, guys. We're going to be here for 3.5 hours, as you know. We're going to tell you everything. I want to bring in, we have our guest panelists, and everyone that coming on the show tonight, they are panelists. We don't have no guests, so therefore we will be moving forward and we'll be learning from each other while Liberian. Yeah, it's good to have you, the Honorable Representative from District Number 7, Bond County, Representative 40, Fambale. We'll give you the equal 1 minute, sir, as you join us today. Liberians, listen to you, home and abroad. Your take.
So thank you again, CEO. Thank you again for bringing me on. Today was a great day. I think today the Supreme Court tried to lay the basis as to all of the unnecessary argument that have been going on. The Supreme Court will do this, the Supreme Court will do that. I say this to say, there were a few things that Honorable Kofa asked for. One, Honorable Kofa prayed the court for the court to declare the sitting of the majority as unconstitutional. That was the real basis of his argument, that the decision taken in that sitting was not constitutional, was not backed by law, and as such, it was illegal. We observed all of our colleagues, our friends around town, and even on the show, they supported the argument that Kofa was saying the right thing. As majority, he was compelling, he was ensuring that the majority will be compared to appear before him. And the Supreme Court took everything else on. One, the Supreme Court said, and I quote, that the majority in the face of quorum have the right to conduct business. That's the first thing. And that was the argument of the majority bloc sitting in the joint chamber, that the fact that the laws provide that a quorum is a simple majority, and their sitting was in keeping with that portion of the law that has to do with Article 33. And in the face of that, the majority argued that the speaker was absent in that quorum. That absence gave rise to the presiding to be the deputy speaker. And that position was validated today by the Supreme Court. That laid the basis for how we conduct business in this house. And I think moving forward the conversation, we're going to expand on how we believe the Supreme Court was able to lay the basis to support the argument of the majority bloc.
So thank you very much, Representative Fambale. Thank you very much, guys. Again, we'll have some quorum here and have a good conversation. We're backing you guys because I know it will be very intense, but we can only respect each other's own views and opinion. I want to go back to you.
It can be, but you're not going to let it alone because there was no quote. He quoted something that was never in the
okay,
reading.
and
Nowhere in the
why-
reading was it.
No, nowhere.
Clinton,
Going nowhere.
guys, listen, we are going through the conversation. So when he speaks, just get your pen and your paper ready, and we can come back to everyone to, argue. We have the rulings. We have exactly what Funati asked for, and we will bring it up, and the Liberian people will decide. So, folks, again, share this show. It's good to have you on. Now we're going to go into the show. We are 1, 2, 3 with 6 over here, and the producer. We're going to have a fun. We're going to have a fun time. This is where we are. And I ask everyone, please bear with us. It's nothing to be angry about. We'll just give our own opinion as per the Constitution. First of all, I will take this time to define what the Supreme Court means by ultra-virus. Let's put this to rest. Ultra-virus. Somebody say virus, Latin term, whatever the term it may be. 1, law, adjective. Acting or done beyond one's legal power or authority. The adverb, beyond one's legal power or authority. I'm going to pose this question to Representative Fode. Why did the Supreme Court use the two-word ultra-virus? Why did it came in with this term, Fode?
The first thing is that the Supreme Court, the justices, they were very clear. Their issue was that they wanted to give a basis as to whether or not the lawmaker, even in the context of the majority sitting, were out of their bond or scope. The Ministry of Justice were very clear to the Supreme Court that they could not intervene, they could not interfere, they could not give any advice, because from their position, from the position of the law, they believe that the majority has broken no law, that the majority has broken no statute, and as such, they cannot provide any advice.
So, Honorable Man, who is that Supreme Court were referring to when they used this word ultra-virus? Who were they referring to?
I see in the context of the Supreme Court decide the internal matter, that would be meddling, that would be interfering, that aspect of their decision will be ultra-virus. It's beyond their legal scope. That is in that context.
So they are using it against themselves?
They were very clear, Stanton.
No. Honorable man. Guys, we cannot have a good show when we behave like this. I beg you, Uncle Sam, please. Let's mute ourselves and let's give each other a chance. Honorable Fode, are you with us? Honorable Fode? All right. So again, the internet, the honorable man is frozen. You can come back now, Clinton. I know you're cracking up, but you can come back, folks. This is why I'm saying we're going to be having a great show. Again, we hope the honorable man return to the show, because I don't think, as per this ruling, the Supreme Court were inducting themselves as to what the honorable man said. So he's frozen. Let me welcome Fundetta Patrick. Patrick, I'm going to give you 1 minute for your intro till we can get the honorable man back and we can do the round table of conversation. Welcome to the show, VP.
Thank you, CEO. Again, I'm sorry. See your coaching and everything. I don't know whether you celebrating or CEO. Thank you, but I am happy. I think I want to
Gizzy Pepsi is here.
No, that zone name there, that is a zone name. But again, CEO, I think Liberia is on the right path of democratic transition. And I want to applaud the decision. I mean, members of the Supreme Court bench, I think they acted in full concert with the law of morality and the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia to have laid down this rigmarole to rest. From day one, we argued the actions of the majority bloc was illegal. No one needs to explain to you when the court says it's ultra-virus. It means they acted outside the law. They went beyond their boundaries. Even if you take this in elementary school and they tell the teacher that you wrong this student because you acted outside your legal jurisdiction, you went beyond your boundaries, they are simply telling that teacher you are wrong. The majority bloc was just told today professionally that they were wrong. You know, when a rich man steals, they say embezzle. When a poor man steals, they say you steal. So because of their status, they said their actions were ultra-virus. All they acted beyond their legal jurisdiction. They went against the Constitution. They used their opinions rather than the use of the law. This is a disgrace to them. They should be ashamed. Some of them will have sleepless night to night. They need to go right back and do what is right. If look at what the Supreme Court told them, that you make clear law with respect to how the minority can compel the majority to return to section.
Thank you.
To do that. So they get big senses in their heads. They are big heads.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Without calling big heads, let's try to be a lot of people watching, and let's try to be very mellow tonight. We beg everyone. My question to you again, Honorable Fambule, you were trying to define ultra-virus as to they were referring to themselves. I'm going to put it up again because the folks want us to read it. The definition, the Oxford languages, the definition from this, saying that acting or done beyond one's legal power or authority. What say you, honorable man? You got to unmute. You got to unmute.
Yeah, I said to you, Stephen, the first thing you need to do for us is to place the request or the prayer made by Honorable Fonati Kofa on the screen. Let us know what Honorable Fonati Kofa prayed for, and that they respond. No, we need to get that first.
No.
Let us discuss it in the context of what they answer.
Honorable Fambule, listen, I'm going to run the show the best way I can. That's why I put in serious face. I'm going to do that, but I'm asking you, please, let's try to play this word, those two words out first. I mean, you can say they are one. I mean, define it. Tell the common man out there what the Supreme Court meant when they used the word ultra-virus. And who they were referring to? Which group?
From the context of what they say, I believe they were referring to the minority. Not the majority. The majority acted in keeping with the law.
Okay, so the minority.
That's my understanding.
So the minority group led by Fonati Kofa acted above and beyond his legal power.
Yes, because there was no legal reason to mandate majority to sit under him.
And that's why it's ultra-virus, because he asked you guys to sit under him, say he went beyond.
He asked, there were a lot of things he asked for. One, he asked that where we were sitting should be considered unconstitutional. The decisions we have taken should be considered unconstitutional, that it border on his rights.
So that is ultra-virus. Dr. Richardson, let me bring you in. Let's do the
in the context of what they referred to, I think they were referring to the minority.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, ultra-virus. How do you understand it here?
They asked about the sitting where the anti-rule of law individuals sat, which was in the regular chamber. That was talked about in the Supreme Court ruling. And they defined it, the justices defined the anti-rule of law individuals. They're sitting as anti-virus. It was anti-legal. It was not legal. It was not legal for them to be doing that kind of sitting where they were sitting. That's what anti-virus is. It was beyond legal.
Can you show me which part of the ruling I said I was sitting was?
For I beg you. Let's do one at a time. I beg you. Go ahead. Let's talk about ultra-virus. Let's do that. Yeah.
So where it was referring to the anti-rule of law individuals in the House of Representatives. They were the one who were sitting where they were not supposed to be sitting. And the justices said that was illegal. They were not supposed to be doing that. Only one place, one way of sitting, which is when they are in together as a body. That is what is recognizable. So I believe that we should come here and be very honest, okay, and transparent to the Liberian people. If your party or your side of the group didn't come out favorable in the justice ruling, don't come and lie to the Liberian people. That doesn't sit well with you as a representative at all. I hope people who you represent are listening to what you're saying today, because you are saying white and
so Stella, can you ask my big sister to take the word lie back? I think she's not been saver.
So let's do this. Let's do this. Can we just be all professional and not be?
Yeah, I think
We're
We
going to
try
have
to
a
argue
peace
this issue.
today. It's nothing personal, but again, let's move on. Dr. Richardson, can you finish up, please?
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Richardson.
Dr.
Let me
Abel.
bring in, thank you. Glendy, can you talk to me about this war? Is this a mistake? You think the Supreme Court intentionally used this word ultra-virus, Glendy?
I think they were very intentional in what they meant, and they refer to. You can also see what the three articles that they mentioned over and over Article 33, Article 49, and Article 66 that spoke directly to the sitting, and the justice and it says if I did in Article 33 and Article 49, if they did not have the speaker in there, that sitting was illegal.
Correct.
So, however people want to interpret it, they can interpret it. Let me just say that context. Sometimes you gotta listen to the pretext, the post-text, and the context. The context of using those two words was to say the majority bloc has acted illegally, and you all need to go back to where it started from. You want to remove Kofa, go and do it correctly. That's what we've been saying here. So
let me ask you before I leave you, Glendy.
Sender, let me finish. The only person that will come here and interpret this ruling as it's meant is one of the justices. They fully can interpret it.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. That's why we're giving our opinion on this issue, but it's very clear as per the definition. They were referring to a black, but the Supreme Court didn't point finger on any black specifically. They said members of the House of Representatives are to conduct themselves accordingly. Were they referring to every member of the House of Representatives, Clinton, or what? Point me in the direction as to why you think they were referring to the majority black, Clinton.
So, Honorable Famula, have you read the where we have the ruling? Have you read it? You've seen it?
But Clinton, you are not in the court. I was sitting in the court. So you speaking. I was sitting right in the court.
Okay, good. All right. When you are looking at a decision of the court, there are a few things. Before you go to a conclusion, there are a few things you have to look at. You have to look at the facts of the case. You have to look at the court's reasoning, and then you come to the conclusion. So, what are the issues that are being contested here? The issues that are being contested is whether the majority were sitting properly and whether any actions the majority were taking while they were sitting was proper. Now, let's come to what the Supreme Court said about that. The Supreme Court says, under Article 49, the presiding is the speaker. Then the Supreme Court went to Article 33, and they said, this is how we interpret Article 33. Whether you're sitting as a majority or a minority, the presiding is the speaker unless he's absent. What is the facts of this case? Has the speaker been absent? He's not been absent, right? The speaker has not been absent. He's been present all through. He's been convened. Then the court further went to say the issue that everybody's running with. The court said on Article 33. The court said where the speaker is presiding over the minority, the Constitution gave the authority to the legislature to compel members. It is not our duty to do that. That's the only thing the court said. So after the court said all that, then the court said any member of the legislature who's not acting in conformity with how we just interpret that is acting ultra-virus, which is you're acting without legal authority. How can you not say the court is saying that you're acting with authority, or the court didn't say? You're looking for the word unconstitutional. Is that what you're looking for? But that ultra-virus means many things. It means illegal, it means unconstitutional, it means a lot of things. I think the mistake a lot of people making, they wanted the court to say majority black, your action is illegal. No, they said it in so many words. You just have to read the opinion and read their conclusion.
So Stella, I can respond. I can respond to him.
No. Just wait. I gotta go through Uncle Sam and Vanny Pat and Fundella Patrick. I beg you, Uncle Sam. Just this ultra virus here. We'll get into the substance.
I just want to
I'm
get
trying to
something
get
very
an
clear.
opinion from the court, and maybe we can go into it.
Okay,
Talk
so
to me,
I want to
Uncle
get something
Sam.
very clear. I don't consider Photo Formula a guest. I consider him an
He's not a
advocate.
guest. He's not a
Okay,
guest.
great.
He's a panelist on the
Exactly.
show
Thank you
for
very
tonight.
much. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Let's just be very clear. What actions did the so-called minority bloc take?
Exactly.
They never convened. They never convened. They never took any actions. So let's look to something further. You call yourself an educated person, so let's get educated. What is syllogism? It's called common sense. What is logic? If you talk logic in college or even in high school, okay, there's a major premise, there's a minor premise, and then there's a conclusion, and there's a series of events, right? So the statement about acting ultra-virus cannot in any way refer to actions of the Fanati-led minority because they took no actions, they never met, and then the court order, it says it is hereby ordered to act according to Articles number 33 and Articles number 49. That's what it said. You don't have to be a Harvard Law graduate or to be a law clerk at the U.S. Supreme Court to understand what ultra-virus is. Ultra-virus simply, you don't have the power. You don't have the authority. It is unconstitutional. That is what is clear. But for renegade lawmakers to get up in the streets of Monrovia and celebrate and to let the Liberian people think that there was some judicial ambivalence or judicial insincerity by the Supreme Court is totally, I mean, it's like, it's mind-boggling. And for people who call themselves honorable to engage in such finagling of the law, it is a sad day for Liberia. That somebody
Thank you, Uncle
come
Sam.
out here and says the ultra-virus refer to the actions of the minority. That is beyond belief. Beyond
Uncle Sam,
belief.
thank you very much. Thank you. Let me hold you right there, Uncle Sam. Let me bring for Dada Patrick then. For the family, we have the time to respond to everyone because he's taking note. VP.
Yeah, so CEO, it's important to clarify that this decision to declare the action of the majority bloc as ultra-virus is in line with what the Constitution said. Let's take keen interest in the ruling of the Supreme Court. Any sitting or action by members of the legislature not in conformity with the intent of Article 33 and 49 of the Constitution are ultra-virus. I want us to underscore the word not in conformity with the intent of Article 33 and Article 49. What is the intent of Article 43? I mean, Article 33 and Article 49. It's clear, Article 49, that every 6 years, you should elect a speaker who should be the presiding officer. At the same time, in Article 33, you can have your majority to tell or have a quorum, but that quorum should be presided over by the speaker. In this case, you went somewhere to have your section. The Supreme Court said, we don't have jurisdiction to prevent you from having your section, but we have a jurisdiction to make a determination as to whether decision made in your section is legal or is illegal. So in this case, for the family, you cannot say that this ruling of not acting in conformity with the intent of Article 33 and 49 is applicable to the speaker's block. It is referring to you. This decision is against you. And the Supreme Court went beyond to say that you fail to prescribe a clear policy as to how a minority member of the House of Representatives can compel the majority members to come to session. And the court reminded you that they cannot do for you what you fail to do for yourself. So that is also in line with what the ruling say. Finally.
Thank you.
Let me close now. I said finally.
Go ahead.
So finally, to come here tonight to say this ruling is not applicable to the majority bloc. Instead, it's the speaker's bloc. It's a form of legal blasphemy. And as a lawmaker, you should be very honorable in speaking with clear intentions and not to make this thing political, because the rules and the ruling is clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP. We're going to be bringing Serena Cephas. We say welcome to the show, Vanessa-Saki. Let's hear you, the honorable man for the family. Let's hear you, sir.
So, Stedman, before I start to respond to all of the assertions made, I would want for you to put the second page out from the Supreme Court ruling. Yes, the one that has to do, that it is where you get our phrase. Can you please read our 2 paragraph in the middle? Yeah.
The second paragraph?
Yeah, the second paragraph and the third.
Yeah, go ahead, read it. I'm not saying it too clear.
So that it is in vigor that the Constitution must be interpreted in light of the entire document rather than sequestered pronouncement, because every provision is equal importance, and even where there is apparent discrepancy between the different provisions, the court should harmonize them if possible. That this quote interpretation of Article 33 of the Constitution is that whether a simple majority is 13, a lower number in both cases presiding officer defined in Article 49 of the Constitution is the speaker, and in his absence, the deputy speaker. Our argument has been where the quorum has been sitting in the joint chamber, the speaker has been absent, and the fact that we are acting in keeping with the first phrase to establish a quorum to conduct business, and the speaker has been absent, legitimately the deputy speaker can preside. That has been our argument all the time. And it is that argument you have not picked up. Is that argument they need to understand, and I believe this ruling is in clear conformity with that argument that that quorum was established. The speaker was absent. The deputy speaker presided over that quorum, meaning we got a very big victory today, and the Liberian people started to jubilate, and it is because of that Mr. Jackson has started to use all sorts of words. And I think for the sake of this conversation, we'll remain stable and continue to inform the people that yes, our actions was in conformity with the law. We acted in keeping with Article 33, that we established a quorum. We said openly that the speaker was absent. Even in the case of the speaker using a lower number, the Supreme Court told him that there is no law lay out procedure as to how you can compel lawmaker to sit on you. So we acted in keeping with the law. We transacted business, and legally, in the absence of the speaker, the law said, the Supreme Court said, in the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker can preside. The law is very clear. Why can't we accept it and move on? This ruling was against Honorable Kofa. His prayer were all denied in terms of constitutionality of where we were sitting, and we need to be very respectful of the Supreme Court ruling today. We accept the ruling, we're going to add and continue doing business for the Liberian people. So, to my brother Vandana, we are not come here to play politics.
So
we need to be very sincere.
Now who you write for it? Again, let me bring in Vanessa-Saki, and then we will have time to move away from this ultra virus and talk about the ruling today. As part of the ruling, we have to clear up the ultra virus. Yet, indeed, Vanessa-Saki, welcome to the show. You got your
thank you, CEO. Thank you to the panelists. Sorry, I came late. I was on the phone with the majority celebrating the victory today. I think today was a good day. Let's go back. I don't know. Right now, I don't expect all to agree because everybody took their
What
side.
is that laugh at you? You know you're lying.
Come on, he said
No, I'm happy. I'm very happy today. These people, I'm very happy today. We've been celebrating and we're on the phone.
As not the mentality, the man loud.
No, we've been celebrating.
But we are also
That's Sandala.
Let's see the champagne.
For 2 months now. Stay, you win.
Okay.
So CEO, so stand on. Let me say this in my common understanding to help the market women, the men. My cousin in the interior who did not go to school, to make it simple, because even the educated people are saying the Supreme Court confused the whole country. Everybody confused. No ruling, nothing. But let me just say to the common people out there, my electoral cousin in the interior, the majority black did not run to the Supreme Court with anything against former Speaker Kofa. Zero. He ran there. He ran to the Supreme Court. He ran to the Supreme Court and asked the Supreme Court for certain things. And today, he did not get one of those things he asked for. On the platform, the argument has been all along, calling great sons and daughters of the Honorable House of Representatives, rebels, lawmaker, all kind of names. Today, the Supreme Court asked everyone to not use that word anymore. The court that's setting illegal. The Supreme Court said do not use that word anymore. The court that activity illegal. The Supreme Court said we should not, nobody to use that word anymore. So where are we? When you go to the Supreme Court and ask the Supreme Court to do you something, if the Supreme Court does not do it, you lost. Any way you want spinning is a loss. We did not go to the Supreme Court as majority black. The former Speaker Kofa told there, we came back. Our safety legal, our activity legal. We're going to now focus on the budget. Letting over. No spinning on it.
Finally, thank you very much, because again, we're going to have we're having a jam-packed show, so we'll try to restrict ourselves to the time. Let me go back to you, Dr. Richardson. I see that former SG Serena Cephas is logging on. We're going to bring the other guests. Again, we want to say to all of you, please be patient with us. We're going to be bringing the Antonin Woli Sewa Dona as well. He's going to be one of our guest panelists tonight. Again, Dr. Richardson, here we are now. We are talking about the ruling today. Were you surprised?
To some extent, I was. I didn't know which way that the justices were going to go. They didn't give any indication. And I actually will honestly admit that I've heard what is typical of what is happening in Liberia, that money had changed hands. And I was open enough to say, okay, whether that happened or not, I was open enough to consider that. So today, when the ruling came down, I was a bit surprised that they called the anti-rule of law sitting wherever they sit, okay, which is not in the regular chambers. They went and formed their seat sitting in the joint chambers. They called that anti-var, which means they did not have the authority. It was illegal for them to sit there. They gave the authority to the speaker that was elected, who is Fodati Kofa. So it was a win for democracy today. It was, some of these people, they expect the Supreme Court judgment to say, oh, Fodati Kofa, you win. The other black or whoever anti-rule of law, you lost. Supreme Court decisions are not written that way. It will not directly answer.
So you're surprised that Fodati won?
I'm surprised that democracy won, the rule of law. I don't care who it is. It's not about individual for me. And I hope that should be what we should carry on this show, because it's not about Kote Family or Speaker Kuhn, who they have elected. No, it's not about individual. It's about the future of our country. It's about democracy. It's about the Supreme Court. Actually, to me, they made a clearer decision for future generation, that a group of people will not get together and decide, say, oh, we don't want a speaker. If y'all don't want to remove y'all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Glennie, let me bring you in again. Same question. Were you surprised about this ruling today?
No, I wasn't. I expected them to rule that way, and I'm happy that they did, because, like that say, the rule of law play its here today. The law is the law. They're acting illegally. There was a stay order that they refused to pay attention to. They need to go back to square zero. That's what they need to go back to.
Are we to square zero now?
That's where we are. We are back to where Kofa was. The speaker continues to be the speaker. They need to go and present their referendum. Then Kofa needs to recuse himself so that they can make a decision on removing him. I don't care who becomes a speaker. I just want them to be able to follow the procedure, the right procedure. And I think that's what the court told them today. What you're doing, how you're proceeding is illegal. You need to go back and do it correctly. Simple as that. Piece of cake. Love the ruling today.
Thank you. Clinton, as a man with a legal mind, let me see whether we get Councilor Sereno Cephas. Councilor Cephas, are you ready? It looked like we're calling because his phone he's going off and on. Clinton, can you talk to us? Were you surprised? And if not, why?
No, I wasn't surprised. I've said this on this platform many times. I said there was no way that, based on the Constitution, based on the House rules, that the Supreme Court is going to rule against Speaker Kofa. There's no way. The Constitution, the framers of the Constitution did not intend that anytime 37 members hop and leave and go to another room, they can get a quorum and conduct business outside of their speakers. I've said that. The only thing I've said that the Supreme Court also affirmed today was that the Constitution provides that when the speaker sits over a minority, because the Constitution, the framers saw this coming, that you will have people who will not attend sections, that when the speaker sits on a minority, when he cannot have a quorum because of the minority, they should be able to compel absent members. But that process, that delegation, what in constitutional law we call inherent grant of power, was given to the legislature and not the courts. So the court said that power is given to you. It's not given to us. So we cannot compel members. So you have to go back and figure how you're going to do that. I don't read the laws or read the procedures to do that. We can do that. So the court actually affirmed that Speaker Kofa is speaker, and whatever sitting that is happening without him as presiding is illegal. But we cannot compel absent members. The speaker and the members of the House have to figure out how they are going to do that.
Thank you very much. Uncle Sam.
Look, let me speak to my cousins and out in Gaytown, in Sunnyvale, and all over the country. I just wanted like a minute to show you how the whole thing has started. They invited the speaker to go to room to pray with the Pope. While you were praying with the Pope, certain people on the platform here, they got together with a friend and they said they can't wait for the speaker to come. They're in a hurry. They have been gathering signatures since May or June in different places. Somebody on the platform here last said he signed the thing during session, and we prove he didn't sign it during session. He signed it when he was drinking liquor somewhere. Okay, the same people, they went to court today, and when the court said Article 33, they had them sit down. Anytime they sit down, whether they get majority or not, the speaker. He is the presiding officer. That what the court say. So the court say in the last thing, okay, we don't want to get involved in all your nyama, but the thing that y'all did, the play that y'all was setting, and all the thing that y'all were doing is ultra-virus. Now, let me explain it to you, man. Can you some of the St. Patrick's? So I can explain ultra-virus to y'all. Ultra-virus means they didn't get power to do it wrong. That Tabata they did today. That what they did, my people. They did Tabata. Now, because they want to fool y'all, they're pretending that the 5 illustrious chief justice that made a sad decision, they're coming in there, they for us. They're lying to y'all. That's what they've been doing. They lie. That's all they do, the test story. They're not interested in improving your lives. They're interested in improving their pockets. Because a lot of them came from places that myself.
So let's move on now. We will not go into the personality. Let's stick to this. Let's stick to the discussion.
They came from mud houses and mad houses, but they don't want to do any business to make the money. They want to go there and get free money. And that's what they've been doing. So since they will not be getting free money when they don't have certain position, so they want to move the speaker from there so they can be getting free money. That's what this is all about. It's not about y'all.
Thank you very much, Nelson. We have someone in studio. Can you bring the person on, Nelson? If you listen to us, I'm going to go to Vandetta Patrick, Honorable Ford Formula, Vanisaki, Councilor Cephas. If you listen to us, your video is not coming on. We can either take it by way of the phone. Again, let me try to see whether you with us. No, your video is not coming on, Councilor Cephas. Can you please make some adjustment? Vandetta Patrick, let's hear you.
So I was not surprised with the ruling, in as much as we are not legal luminaries to interpret the Constitution, but it does not negate the fact that we don't understand the provisions and principles written in our Constitution. We made it very clear that the rationality behind having a quorum, it should be presided over by a speaker, because the speaker is mentioning Article 49 that every 6 years, the lawmakers should elect a speaker who should be the presiding officer. So the argument was, we have a quorum, we have a presiding officer. Of course, the presiding officer is already defined in Article 49. And the intent, that's why in the ruling, that they did not act in conformity with the intent. I want us to underscore that word. The intent of Article 33 and Article 49, the intentionality of these two articles was meant that not because you have a quorum, certain groups of people just wake up one day, we have a quorum, we are 37, we don't want to work with the other people. The crafter of the constitutions were clear that just in case you decide you don't want to work with your speaker, remove him. But he cannot be sitting and you have a quasi sitting under the canopy, you have a quorum. A quorum must be presided over by a speaker. And Speaker Kofa was present. It is the speaker that legitimizes a quorum, not just anybody just wake up, you go sit down somewhere, you say we have a quorum. It almost like somebody wake up in one morning and just jump to the executive mansion, you declare yourself president. Because you the first person to go to the mansion, you declare yourself president, so we must call you Mr. President. Is that what you're suggesting? So the crafters of the Constitution, they were clear. If you decide to have your quorum, there must be a legitimate presiding officer, which you did not remove. At the end of the day, you proceeded, you say you did this. So again, the action by the Supreme Court, that your actions are ultra virus. It means you acted outside the boundaries, your legal boundaries. And it's a shame on those who propagated this message where we are today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Ford Formula, let's hear you, and we'll be going to Honorable C first. Again, he's having some internet problem. But let's hear you, Honorable Ford Formula. And while you speak, I want to ask you, can you also tell the Liberian people what you think you won today? How? What? Give us some different information that we have not received.
So let me start with a few facts about myself. I think the old man, Sam Jackson, who has always been this consultant to government, have less information about me. My old man, I do not drink alcohol. I do not smoke anything. So I want for you to know that. The next thing is that you are aware, you have argued on this platform that Honorable Fonati Kofa has alleged that the city in question was illegal, the quorum was illegal, the removal was illegal, and all of the sort that he have argued against. We have said all the time that we have established a quorum, and that quorum, the speaker was absent because the issue of conflict of interest that was raised in the ruling of the Supreme Court The Supreme Court, one of the pieces of evidence that the court passed on was that one, there was a payment from LTA in the tune of 10,000 United States dollars that were paid to Honorable Fonati Kofa law firm while he was serving as Deputy Speaker. They raised that. It's in a ruling. That's the reason why I said, Cleaner, you did not read the ruling. You are not in the court and listen keenly while the Chief Justice read the report, the ruling. Clearly, she made reference of all of it, and it is better. All of you on this platform that have considered going the CEO route over the past 3 weeks or a month plus to go back and read the ruling well. The Chief Justice laid out all of these issues and said to the lawyer defending Fonati Kofa, they said, hey, the argument of quorum, we believe in the context of the framework of the law, where there is 37. There's quorum, and that quorum should be presided over by the speaker. And if the speaker is absent, we have said the speaker was absent because we have raised issue of conflict of interest. And since he was absent, it is legitimate for the deputy speaker to preside over said quorum. And it is the deputy speaker then presiding that a committee was set up to provide the speaker due process. And between you and I, the Supreme Court did not touch the issue of due process because I believe from evidence provided before them, they were satisfied with the position of the level of due process that were provided the speaker. In the Snow case that they made reference of, the issues was about the sitting they sat in. The second issue was about the issues of due process. The reason why the Supreme Court ruled the way they went today was because the Ministry of Justice have said we have not broken any law, and our final prayer to the Supreme Court was for the court to understand and leave our business. The Supreme Court said, you go back the way you're solving your problem. You're already finished solving it internally. We believe your setting is not illegal. They did not say it is illegal. They did not say anything on the contrary. They even informed the speaker, the former speaker, that, hey, where you have minority, there is no law that we are aware of that can compare the majority to come and sit on you. Can you say to yourself that, yes, that was another defeat in the face of the speaker?
Let me ask you, let's ask you some questions.
So, let me lay on the note, then you can ask a question before. Let me lay on the note.
Yeah.
Then to my sister, Francia, my big sister, she said the Supreme Court is not a place where you can hear you win, you lost. No. Sister, when you go to the Supreme Court, you go there for a specific answer. And if they deny you, you should accept the fact that you have lost. That's why I wanted to provide as clarity. So you can go to the Supreme Court and ask for specificity, and they can tell you in your face, no, we cannot provide those answers to you. So meaning when they say no to you, it means when you come back, you lost. Go ahead, Stunton.
Let me ask you a question.
When you lost, why you didn't accept it?
Let me ask you a question.
When I did lost.
Glenny, wait, I'm begging you.
Glenny, my brother, I'll come for you. That was small.
No, you come for yourself.
Glenny, that was small. You are saying that.
Yeah, we'll come back.
So you just didn't give for me now. What you think you did?
No, that one. I don't.
Guys are begging you. You are saying that you're won, but again, the Supreme Court didn't say you win.
The reason why was that you won because even what?
The Supreme Court didn't say you win. The Supreme Court didn't say directly that Fonati won this thing. But what happened here is that the Supreme Court saying you went above and beyond your own given power, and it's the ultra virus. Also, let's just understand. The Supreme Court didn't saying that what Fonati is doing, his group, his setting, his minority group are illegal either. They didn't ask Fonati to go and join you. So why people saying they are so confused is that we went back to square one. They didn't say Fonati, you must go join the majority. They didn't say Fonati, where you are not proceeding legally. So therefore, you should either reconsider your decision, take Marvin Cole and take Ellen Atto-Roy and take all of them and go join the majority. So how can you say the Supreme Court has empowered you that Fonati sitting is not legal and Fonati should go join you as a member of the House that he is? Don't you think now we have a problem here, Honorable Fumbler?
Yeah, but I believe there's no problem. The Supreme Court was very clear today. The court said The essence of transacting business is about establishing a quorum. We have said our function at the legislature is to ensure that the interest.
Hold on 1 minute, sir. Where in the ruling the Supreme Court said the essence of carry on business is to establish a quorum? Now, if you agree with what I want you to just highlight it. Don't say I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna put it up.
No, but Senator,
yeah, let's take it easy. I want you to highlight it. I want us to flag it. Then I will ask you. You can agree in part with this ruling, and then you disagree with the other part that say you went above and beyond of your, your given right as a lawmaker with the majority black. And you throw the other virus of Fonati Kofa, but you can only cherry pick on the decision of the Supreme Court. And now you say, no, the other one does not apply to you. Where in this ruling they're saying what you just said?
I'm kind of confused. I don't know. We have two different rulings because we have a 3-pager.
That's it. One is 1, 2, and 3. So
yeah,
can you just
keep giving a lot of information that's not in that.
We're talking about the intro. The intro when they lay out, that was not the ruling. That was introduction.
And that's why I need to ask him, where? Can you point to us?
So Stanton, what I want you to get across, Gladys, you need to wait a bit. Let me just say what I want to say. What I want you to get across is this. If you listen to the reference given by the justices and how the Chief Justice read their opinion. Hello? Oh, shucks.
We're listening to you.
We're listening. Keep
Okay.
quiet.
The issue of the context that has to do with majority and quorum, the Chief Justice dealt with that aspect and provided legal reliance. Go to the ruling, not just the only 3-page that you read, put up the clear version of all of the issues that the court passed on today, and you will understand as to how they consider quorum.
Do you have it?
I can get you a copy of all of the rulings, excluding the 3 pages that you put up.
So
the full ruling, you need to take the 4 copies and be able to go based on reference that were provided by the justices in Chima.
So, Honorable Fambula, what I want you to do, just tell me the only page that talk about what you just said, and let's just have.
No, but certainly, I'm on the phone here. I'm on the phone, and I'm telling you, you are not disagreeing that the Supreme Court did not. The Supreme Court gave reference to Article 33 of the Constitution that speaks of quorum, and the essence of quorum is to have a simple majority, which is 37. That's the first thing. And in that quorum,
so listen, if you agree that the Supreme Court make reference of Article 33, we would give it to you.
Yes.
But hold on 1 minute, my brother. Can you also agree that the Supreme Court made reference of Article 49?
Yes.
Exactly. So, which of course the presiding officer will identify to be Fonati Kofa, not Thomas.
And what was the argument of the majority? The majority has argued.
Wait.
No, let me answer your question.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Because the presiding officer. Now, this for the non talking.
No, please read it for all of us. Then we'll get it. Read it. Read it up. You put it up without reading it. Put it up and then.
I need to ask the lawmaker in their rules. How do they define?
No, I'm a panelist here now. I'm not a guest.
Yeah, Clinton.
Why are you not guessing? You panelist and you take it up all the time.
Let me ask a question.
But they're asking me questions.
Clinton, go ahead, make your point.
Hey, Clinton. I'll come back to you.
Clinton, make your point.
Honorable Family.
Yeah.
The time you spent in the house, what do you consider absence? How is a lawmaker absent?
So let me say this to you. A lawmaker is considered absent when roll call are done and they are not in section. That roll call is done by the stenographer. And the stenographer take records. There have been roll calls done, and the speaker has been considered absent.
So
I'm not the one saying he's absent.
So where the speaker was sitting and presiding and adjoining,
they did not consider there. All of the deputy chief, all of the clerical staff. Some of them were elected. The deputy speaker deputy chief clerk was elected. They call roll and they established that the speaker was absent. I was not the one saying he was absent. And the law says if the speaker is absent, the deputy speaker can preside. That is the law. That is the procedure. I want all of us to take our personal sentiment out. Hey, Benda, I will not be saying what now.
Wait, guys. Let's get.
Let me listen to Clinton.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute.
Go ahead, Clinton.
Honorable Family, hold on 1 minute. I beg you, please. Let's give everyone the chance to participate. Okay. I just want to say this. I'm trying to bring in Serena Cephas. His internet is acting up. I'll probably bring it on by way of the phone line. I have Honorable Wally say he should be joining us also. And Dr. Richardson, listen, this is so confusing. They gave us only 3 pages, right? We know there's a long thing. There's a reason why the Supreme Court distributed these 3 pages, because this is where the final conclusion right here, wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, blah, 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 right? We can have the brief, we can have the opinions, that's fine. But for us to cherry pick this conclusion on the last page, I'm taking back that Fonati said I can take 33, but I will not take 49. I mean, 40 said I would take 33, but not 49. Hold on 1 minute, Dr. Richardson. Let me bring in Serena Cephas and we'll go to you. Honorable Cephas, how you doing today? Councillor? Councillor Cephas?
Hello?
Yes, you live. How you doing?
Yeah, hello?
Councillor Cephas, you live.
I want to, yeah, I'm live.
Yes, talk to us.
Okay, listen to this. First, let me say thank you to you all for the efforts you guys are making in trying to make sense out of the ruling. But in my opinion, I've indicated that clearly to my friend Justice Channel that I'm going to write an exposition, critiquing the Supreme Court. There are 2 ways that you deal with the construction principles of interpretation when it comes to constitutional and statutory interpretation. In statutory interpretation, the court determines the meaning to be able to identify what actually the framework meant when it comes to a specific provision of the statute. In constitutional interpretation, the court assign meanings. And you can go there. There are 7 principles of constitutional interpretation. 7, let me just name 4. 1, you do the text, you do the history, you do the structure, you do the precedent, you do the consequence, and you do the moral, and so forth. In this case, should have been the key in the whole process because of the controversy. Now, when the Constitution said that the simple majority shall constitute a quorum, and a lower number shall meet from time to time and compare the attendance of absent member, the Supreme Court, which is a creature of the Constitution, and is the only sole authority vested with the power to interpret the Constitution, should have given meaning to what is meant by compel. But to leave that, I think it was an oversight. Now, when you are criticizing the Supreme Court, you carefully select your words. So I think it was a gross constitutional oversight. Because as it stands, the majority of bloc won. That's how I see it.
Wait, please.
There's no sin, there's no blinking about it. My mom used to tell me that the truth is naked, and so everybody is afraid of the truth. For example, when the Supreme Court said that any sitting that is not done consistent with Article 33 and 40 and 49 is ultra vires, that was not the issue before the court. The court then should have crowned it and said, therefore, the setting that so is ultra vires. So the issue was not, for example, you go to the court for relief, and then the court, instead of getting the relief, the court may say that if anybody steals, it's a crime, but you carry a case, you say somebody stole my goat, then they call in ruin and say anybody who steals a goat is a row. So instead of saying therefore this man is a row, you all go and find it out I mean, you have
So let who right there, Councillor. Councillor, a lot of us have questions for you. Nelson, can you put the councillor name below our screen, please? Let folks know who on the line. And it's also going to welcome the Honorable Wole Sawe. Good to have you, sir. We'll get to you shortly. Councillor, can you repeat what you said? Did you say this majority black won?
In my opinion, the majority won because nobody goes to court with the intent of getting a relief, and then the relief is given in the form that it does not address a specific issue. For example, you say, go and apply your rules. And those are the rules that were the source of controversy.
So let's go back now. You were one of the lawyer representing Funanti Kofa, am I correct?
Yes, and I still do, and I still support his side.
But you as a lawyer representing Funanti Kofa, but you are declaring the decision from the Supreme Court that this decision is a win. No, let me finish, sir. Let me finish, sir. Just 1 minute. That this decision, this ruling that came out today is a complete win for the majority black. How so? Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Cephas. Councillor?
I didn't get the full text of your question, but let me respond. Yes, phone.
Go ahead, sir.
If you went to go pick plum, for instance, and at the end of your struggle you only got all the leaves, will you consider a success? For example, if the parties will go back to submit to their rules, which is a source of controversy on their own, to solve the problem, you think going to court was necessary in the first place? In my opinion, no, because they are going back where they started from. I am saying we needed a definitive declaration because under Article 2, the Supreme Court.
But how can you represent your client? Your client trying to win, and you say, "Well, let me bring the guys on. Let me bring in Honorable Walden first." Just wait 1 minute. I beg you, Councillor Nelson, if you're in studio, please put Councillor Serena Cephas' name on our feed, please. Please do that. Let me bring in Honorable Wole. Honorable, welcome to the show. I want you to comment from what you're hearing from Councillor Cephas. Are you agreeing with the councillor here that the majority black? Let me repeat that. No, I beg you, Councillor, 1 minute. Councillor, 1 minute. I got Honorable Wole Sawe Dona here, please. Honorable Dona, can you come in? Do you agree with Councillor Cephas?
Thank you very much, Staton and Spoon family, for having me for the first time. Councillor Serena Cephas has spoken truthfully and astutely from his background as a learned counsel of law. All of the full prayers of the representative from Grand Cru were denied. He first prayed that the plenary be declared unconstitutional. That was denied. His second prayer, that the punishment meted out by the House consistent with Article 38 were wrong. That was denied. He also mentioned the restructuring as illegal. That was equally denied. And then he mentioned the budget was equally denied. So he came from the Supreme Court empty-handed. And therefore, that very opinion, it is the mandate that you are putting up. The entire opinion will be later published, or it was later published. I haven't seen it, but that is the mandate. The mandate is the summary and is the order. This memory order then to go by Article 33 and 49, which in my view culminated with his remover. And therefore, Councillor Cephas and I serve a similar view that Funanti came from there empty-handed. And I can go one step beyond that. Everything that was done by plenary was constitutional under the doctrine of separation of powers. They have enforced rules in their own assembly, and I expect Monday the plenary leadership and Tuesday to continue with the Liberians people business.
Honorable Dona, hold on right there. Again, no, I'm coming in studio right now. Councillor, you were also on the phone. It's good to have you. I beg you, don't you leave. It's good. Honorable Dona, can you come in the middle of the video, please, because we're losing your okay. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson, Glennie, Uncle Sam, Fundetta Patrick, Vani, my man, you in the corner of the people, just way back. Dr. Richardson,
I know.
go ahead. What are you hearing here,
Wesley.
Dr. Richardson? Yes, I'm surprised, Dr. Richardson. Councillor Seifers, one of the 4 lawyers representing Fonati Kofa. He is now coming out to say Fonati and Fonati lost this case. Talk to me.
Yeah, I can understand why Councillor Sifa may be upset with the justice with the Supreme Court. So he is taking out maybe his anger, his disappointment on the Supreme Court. He's saying to us, I want to think simple in black and white. But Supreme Court reviews, you know, their findings, they don't write it as in concrete as even the honorable Stewart wants it to be. He's saying he's going by, oh, this count, this prayer, they didn't this address this prayer. When they can you please pull out that page where the top of the settings, the final page of the thing center. Let me just break it down for some of us.
Councillor, you will ask. Hold on 1 minute, sir. We have it. Don't you go, please.
Yes. So it says any settings, okay? The settings of the anti-rule of law individuals, which happened in the John Chamber. That's what they were referring to, but they didn't break it down like that. Or actions by members of the legislature, not in conformity. Whatever action, your action you usually take is within your chamber. You don't go and your action that you usually take is by your house rule. The rule that gives you the right to elect a speaker and also tells you how to remove a speaker. Those are the actions that they're referring to. And what you did was not in conformity with the articles that they listed there. Okay?
Thank you.
With the article telling you who is a speaker. The Constitution tells you who is a speaker and how do we define a speaker and what you should do when a speaker is not there. And that's what that ruling was addressing. But I see that some of the legal minded in our country wanted to be black and white. And I can understand Councillor Sifa's
Yes, you are. Yeah, Councillor Seifers. Hold on, I have to go in studio to speak to the folks.
It wasn't in black and white. You know, it wasn't. It didn't say you pray for this. You know,
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Be wrong, so plenary is wrong. Blank. You pray for.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you. I know very much you got to run again, Dr. Richardson. I wish you could stay more time, but we appreciate you today and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Glennie, let's come to you though. I'm shocked, Glennie. I am seriously shocked here, right? That Councillor Seifers were at the court here in Kabila Jana, and you know, Tawan Ganglo, Arthur Johnson, Councillor, what's the name? Perry. But Councillor Seifers is coming up and saying, you know what, my God, I've never seen a councillor doing that before. But talk to me, Glennie.
So, Center, I appreciate what Councillor Seifers said. Let's be careful. Let's understand him clearly. Let's not miss in between the lines. Let's not react to the fact that he said that Fonati did not win, that majority win. What I heard him say was perhaps the win that they expected, they did not get. But now, please don't shake your head. Let me talk my own. When you talk your own, you're talking your own, I'm talking my own. So majority of people are big. You ain't win nothing today.
Well, let's go real quick.
So we the minority, so we can talk. What I heard Councillor Sifa saying, that we are now going back to square one, to zero. And that him saying that we are going back to zero, I'm understanding to say because they now have to go back to where they started, means that there is no win for either one of them. Unless he's saying something differently, then he can please clarify what he meant by that.
Thank you. Let's go back to Councillor Sifa. Councillor Sifa, is that what you are saying? Are we going to come to you, Uncle Sam? Uncle Sam, I beg you, we'll come to you. Councillor Sifa, go ahead.
When it comes to constitutional interpretation, there's anything they call the doctrine of necessary implication. You have to apply. And I said there are 7 principles of interpreting constitutional articles and phrases. Let me talk about the doctrine of necessary implication. It says it's a statutory construction that says what is implied is as much as that which is expressed. So let's come to Article 33 phrase. The lower number will meet from day to day and shall compare the attendance of absent member. The the interpretation of particular phrase compared that if you find the word compared, the Constitutional Court should have assigned a
Okay, we got.
interpretation.
Go ahead, consider.
Are determined. See, that will form the basis for them to proceed, and therefore is not self-executing, and that you should interpret the Constitution in a broader context. I disagree. Every constitutional article stands on its own. For example, under Article 57, and this is an example, the president has only two powers: negotiating and signatory power. So, if you look at the history, and I was talking about the 7 principles that guide constitutional interpretation, one of which is to take the principle, the tradition, the structure, the consequence, the moral law. In looking at that, you will see, for example, and this is for the example I'm giving you, under Article 57, the root and the tradition of Article 57 in the Constitution was put there because of what happened in 1870 to the Edward James.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor, hold on, right there. I got to bring the rest of the guys. Let me bring you Honorable Dona, then we'll come to you, Uncle Sam. Honorable Dona, we will come to you, Uncle Sam. We'll come to you 1 minute, please. Honorable Dona. Uncle Sam, you will, please. Honorable Dona, I want you to take it away from where the councilor left out. Please talk to us as to, I know you're agreeing with him though, but it's shocking to hear from Councilor Cephas that my client lost today.
I was not connected with this one.
Actually,
I'm connected with the other one. I'm even going to connect with the other one that might happen. So, but I support the fanatical side, and that's the point I want to make. I support the side, but I think we need a categorical declaration. In this case, we didn't get it.
Yeah, but if you Councilor,
that's the loss. That's the loss he's referring to. He didn't get a definitive decision.
But hold on, guys. But you got to understand, this is Councilor Cephas.
Yo, cry tire. Yo, look for explanation. Yo, cry tire. Yo, look for explanation.
Thank you. In reference to
guys, it's okay. Councilor,
yeah, what Councilor Cephas has said, he's just being truthful and he's being perfectioner. Like the departed colleague, Francine, she's entitled to her opinion, but definitely, Staton, she's not entitled to the textually explicit reading of the Constitution. Is clear. The Supreme Court have just said all of your prayers are not accepted. What does that mean? The doctrine of necessity interpretation and inclusive interpretation thereby mean everything that has been done by Article 33 city is legal, is constitutional. And for Representative Fonati, from this moment onward, for me, as of the moment of his removal, but let us now speak in light of the Supreme Court, as of this movement now forward, if he should engage in anything as claiming to be speaker, it will just be a display of political rascality, because it is inherently wrong. When the High Court have said, go to Article 33 and 49, I believe the plenary have exercised that. How? Quickly. One, they have the plenary, they had a majority, they have quorum, and it was established in the joint hall. Two, they went by Article 49, effected for cause or resolution signed by 49, by two-thirds majority. And nowhere in the Constitution does it call for trial. It only say table or resolution like this, and the removal is effected. The Supreme Court have acted on the doctrine of separation of powers. In my numerous Facebook posts, I have said, I even argued this morning, that for Fonati to prevail, the Constitution must die. But why should it die? It won't die. And that is why the Constitution is alive, is vibrant, and the plenary of the House will continue to do the people's business, hear the budget, and do all of that, because the Supreme Court said Article 33 and 49. And they have gone by 49 already.
Honorable Dona, let hold you right there. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam?
Yeah, look, okay, so I'm very happy that the Councilor Duna referred to his Facebook page, because I went to his Facebook page, and he appears to be a political hack. He may be an eminent lawyer, but he has a political bent. I mean, This is what he said. Like, did I hear of dancing? Oh my God! Congratulations, Speaker Coon. He's ecstatic. He's getting some ephemeral, some hedonistic pleasure out of seeing Fonati not being Speaker. I mean, if just go to I put his Facebook pages.
If I may, I'll put you on a
Let
point.
me finish, sir. Let me finish.
Yes, sir. We'll bring you in.
I just put his Facebook page. A lot of that. He's a political hack. He's not here coming as an independent, legal luminary. He's a political hack. So why are you pretending to be an independent neutralist when you are a political hack? And your Facebook page right here shows that you're a political hack. So why didn't you make that declaration or that full disclosure to us? You were being dishonest, sir. You are a political hack.
I am actually not being dishonest. I'm an objective analyst and an expert.
No,
on
you're
this
not.
issue.
No, you're not.
Listen, when you are speaking, I listen. So all mean that. Repeat the
you are a political hack.
When you are speaking, I didn't talk. When you were talking, I didn't talk. So reciprocate the courtesy. I have done objective analysis of the Supreme Court mandate. In my conclusion, I feel that Fonati, all of his prayers were denied. It is therefore an objective statement that the new speaker is thereby entrenched by this ruling. You have heard his own speaker. So your assertion is totally misplaced, and I would think you should withdraw it. Nevertheless, if you don't withdraw it, it is of no essence to this debate. This debate is about what the Constitution says and what the Supreme Court has ordered today. What did the Supreme Court order today? It says the House must, consistent with Article 38, establish order and do the Liberia's people business based on Article 33. And that is the Liberia's people business we are talking about. There's nothing personal here.
Okay.
You did not make that full disclosure, and I want the Liberian people to know that you have expressed opinions on this matter in the past.
I have to express opinion. This is not my first day of expressing.
So you're not neutral on this matter. You are political.
This is not my first day of expressing.
Mr. Jackson, you just said you are not neutral. Let us proceed.
On this matter, and I think analysts are brought here for their specific skill set. So if Mr. Jackson is here to force, I'm not here to force. I'm here to do the objective part of what the Supreme Court has put out and what our Constitution says. And I have said to reference that none of Fonati's prayer were granted. I thought Mr. Samuel would say, Mr. Jackson would say, oh, this prayer was granted, that prayer was granted. As for personal attack, I'm open to it. Let
me bring in Clinton and Vendetta Patrick. Clinton.
Look, I don't understand where Councilor Donna is saying. I don't know which. I don't have the full stuff, and I'm looking at the 3-page decision we have. And when he said that none of Fonati's prayer had been answered, again, I think that's part of the frustration with Councilor Serena Cephas. But the Supreme Court, if you read our decision, what the Supreme Court did was to affirm the presiding officer of the House, in this case, is the Speaker, right? The Supreme Court says that as per Article 49, the Speaker is the presiding officer. It went further to say that whether you meet as a majority or a minority, your presiding officer is the Speaker who should preside. And in conclusion says that any members of the House of Representatives who are not acting in conformity with the intent of Article 33, with its interpretation of 33 and 49, are acting with all legal authority. So I don't understand when you come here and say the Supreme Court will not engage in political matters. The Supreme Court first begin this opinion. The first thing the Supreme Court did was to affirm its authority to deal with the matter. So, and it did deal with the matter. The only thing the Supreme Court said that it could not compel members because the law doesn't provide it with that authority. So I think we're reading two different. I don't know what kind of opinions you folks are reading, but it's completely different from the opinion that we have.
Yeah. CEO, let me quickly respond to. I don't know whether you stay on the line, Councilor Cephas.
Councilor, you stay on? I'll have to call him back. Go ahead.
Yeah. So quickly, I don't want to say that I understand the foundation of his anger. He wanted the Supreme Court to make things very clear the way he wanted. I respect his legal opinions, but I think this platform is the wrong platform to express, you know, in legal context, how he thinks. If he was in a court, he speaks like this, his fellow colleagues will understand. But this is a platform to interpret what the Supreme Court said today. So I respectfully disagree with him to say the majority has won. And it's so thankful that the Supreme Court had made a decision. So whether he interprets the ruling or not, I am happy that the Supreme Court decision is clear. Like Clinton said, from the inception, the Supreme Court raised two issues. Article 33 and 49. They made it very clear. You can have a quorum, but that quorum must be presided over by the speaker. And they reminded them that the speaker, presiding officer, is already defined in Article 49 of the Liberal Constitution. This article 33, was in violation. Yes, they had a quorum, but the speaker did not preside. The majority bloc argue that they don't want to work with the speaker. They believe that they lost confidence in the speaker. And as such, they cannot sit under his gavel authority. The Supreme Court went to say, yes, we do not have the legal authority to tell you where to sit or whatever. But we have the authority to make a determination based on the decisions that emanate from your setting. And in conclusion, and this is, I'm not a lawyer, but this one, I think the council need to be very clear about this. I understand you went like for, it's a summary decision. The meeting is the issue about illegality. It says clearly, they say, wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, any setting or actions by members of the legislature not in conformity with the intent of Article 33 and Article 49, I keep stressing on the issue, the intentionality of Article 33 and Article 49. The court said, ultra virus. So it means these people, after outside of their jurisdictional foundation, what they did, they should not have done it in the first place. They went beyond their limit. So how did we arrive at this place? The speaker said he felt injured by their setting and the decision that emanated from those settings. So he went to the Supreme Court to see whether their settings are legitimate or not. The Supreme Court argued on two constitutional principles. Article 33 and 49, they still recognize that the speaker still remains the speaker. Because in order to have a majority, whether minority or majority, it must be presided over by a presiding officer. Who is that presiding officer? You go to Article 49, it's defined.
So, stand down.
Thank you.
Stand down.
Thank you. 1 minute. 1 minute for them.
Let me conclude on this. I do agree the counsel, he represented his client. I know he's angry. He wanted a win-win situation. But again, the key thing here that we have taken, and is in our best interest, is the fact that the issue of illegality, performing beyond their jurisdictional boundaries, which the Supreme Court said is illegal, I think it's a win. We have to go back to start and do what is right.
Thank you. Hold on 1 minute for that, Becky. I'll still get Serena Cephas here, after which I will bring you on, Honorable for the formula. Councillor Cephas.
Yeah, listen to this. Let me be clear on this. Starting, I say, for example, if the Supreme Court rules, the Supreme Court opinion is the law. Any other opinion expressed may be for academic purposes. Whatever the Supreme Court says, as a senior counsel of the bar, my duty is to critique the Supreme Court opinion with deference. I disagree, and I maintain this. I think we need a categorical declaration, not a complimentary declaration as we see it right there. For example, the so contentious issue is centered around Article 33, and I don't want to discuss sentiment. What's the object and purpose of the petition? It's a petition. It's a re-petition. The same Supreme Court have said in the case Wimope versus Unity Party that it will only interpret statutes of the legislature and declare it when it considered to be repugnant to the Constitution or constitutional. In this case, this petition, it says certain action. Now, my point is that in constitutional interpretation and construction, the constitutional code assigns meaning, quote me, that's the law. And there are 7 principles that must be applied. In so doing, the text, the history, the tradition, the structure, the consequence, the moral law, and so forth. Which provision, for example, when the Supreme Court said there is no mechanism on Article 33, every constitutional provision stands on its own. I disagree with the expression to say the Constitution must be, every constitutional provision must be interpreted in the broader context. No. For example, I give you an example. I will always give you an example. Under Article 53, it is the only Article 53 in the Constitution where the President and Vice President can take oath. Nowhere else it is there. That provision stands on its own. For example, on Article 52, 52C interpretation in the case MPC versus National Election Commission 2011, in that case in which I participated, that had to do with a 10-year residency clause. What did the Supreme Court do? The Supreme Court assigned meaning to Article 52C residency clause to mean that the 10 years mean consecutive rather than accumulative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my contention is the Supreme Court should have assigned meaning to Article 33 to define what constitutes compelling.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Honorable Councillor Cephas, real quick. What's the way forward now concerning Funati Kofa? What can he do? What's his next step?
He still has a remedy. He still has a remedy at law.
What is it?
He still has a remedy at law. Well, it's been considered. There have been discussion at law. He still has a remedy.
What are some of the remedy at law? What are some of the things you're going to recommend to him?
I will not be able to unfold my. But listen to me tell you, I still believe his status, his right, his office, his position, a constitutional responsibility must be declared by the court to say, yes, we declare your status, we declare your right, we declare your office, that you remain the speaker. That declaration must be made, and there's a law that gives the Supreme Court the authority or any court of the Republic of Liberia to do that, to declare that right, that basic fundamental right.
Are you saying that he's going back? Can he go back to the Supreme Court?
No, there's a procedure. You can start anywhere. It doesn't necessarily mean you go to
Is he still? Are you still considering him? Are you still considering him as Speaker of the House?
Yes, the bona fide Speaker of the House of Representatives. However, as it relates to this case, and I maintain, I'm sure we lost, and I maintain that because we didn't get any categorical declaration on all of the issues that we raised.
Is Richard Kuhn, will you consider Richard Kuhn as Speaker?
No, it's not a question of considering. First and foremost, the House, they can't have 2 speakers. You know, the House can't have 2 speakers.
So is Richard Kuhn,
I guess the question is,
as per this ruling, is Richard Kuhn
as per this ruling, yeah.
The question was posed to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court didn't answer it. That me, as an individual, will answer it.
No, listen. No, you said, no, see, no,
constitutional authority inherent with the power. It has the inherent constitutional authority to determine what constitutes. Then Supreme Court didn't answer that question. Then you come to Councillor Cephas. I would say, if I say yes, you say that, oh, Councillor Cephas say you speak out. No. That I mean, that question that's not my place.
You say here majority has won. In your opening statement, you say majority has won. That's what you said. So tell us majority won doesn't mean
Speaker Kofa is not a speaker.
The individual elected by the majority is a legitimate speaker. You got to answer because the majority won. So you got to be
exactly. Exactly.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. For example, the Article 49, you're talking about Rule 9.1 of the Rules of Procedure of the House Standing Rule. It talks about the procedure through which the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker may be removed. Those rules are clearly stated because that Rule 9.1 of the House's Standing Rule is in support of Article 49 of the 1986 Constitution.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Cephas. Thank you, Councillor Cephas. We will call you when we need you. Yeah, Councillor Cephas, we're going to ask you, go ahead, land, because we have to go back in studio and speak to. Yes, please.
I did not land. My contention is that I disagree with the section that there is no mechanism to Article 33, and therefore the parties should revert to their rules to be able to find, because it's like passing a rule to try a particular matter that occurred when the rule was not in existence. For me, in that kind of case, it's like the majority is still favor the majority in that direction.
But when your client Funati Kofa given due process?
He was never given due process. That's why I said he still has an opportunity for a right to be declared.
By who?
His right, his status.
By who?
By the court.
Which
by
court?
The court of law.
Which court?
The courts of law within the Republic of Liberia that have the authority to declare right will have the opportunity to declare his right.
Okay.
And we'll make them to declare that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Cephas. It's always to having you. Councillor Donna, can you come in? Can we unmute Nelson, the councillor? Hold on 1 minute. Nelson, are you there? Can you tell Honorable Donna? Can you tell the producer to open your mic, please? Is the producer in studio? Where did he go? We'll come back to you, please. I don't know where he went. We'll come back to you. Honorable Forty Fumbler, go ahead, please.
So, Stanton, I think we have said it. Time will add number. It's just unfortunate that our colleague, our friends on the other side, are finding it difficult to accept. And tonight, the statement from Councillor Serena Cephas, I think Mr. Jackson, Glady, the likes of Clinton, Vandera may not sleep well tonight.
You think so, right?
It has undermined. It has undermined in propaganda. We say the propagandist position they have taken for the past 1 month plus. They are not willing to accept what the law says. They are refusing to accept that Councillor Kofa request before the justices were not given any go ahead. We have said Councillor Kofa was removed and we have elected a new speaker. The court did not say anything about that. They did not question our sitting. And all of the lawyers have said it. One more, including Funati lawyer. You think I'm sitting here when Mr. Jackson, let me say this to you. When you talk about moral in this country, there's no possibility for Mr. Jackson to pass a moral test. It's difficult because he has advised the late Doe and Doe end up being killed. He advised the
Thank you very much, Honorable Fumbler. Again, we're not going that we are discussing other issue, but we want to say thank you for joining us. Again, we're going to have the show. We will get to you when we need to. Please.
No, I'm not going today. I'm on the show till we end.
Yeah, but you got to wait now. Let other people come here. I want to welcome my Karis Mose Gray. But before we bring in Honorable Gray, are you with us, Honorable Donna? Is he there now? Is your mic open?
I think so.
Thank you. You are good. Can you talk to us? Your take real quick, then we'll bring
quickly, thank you, moderator. This entire case is captioned. The petition filed by Honorable Kofa says, in re, the constitutionality of certain actions taken by our majority members. In as much the prayer was to declare all actions of that group unconstitutional, and the Supreme Court did not do that, that's a massive failure. And in my view, and you ask a lot of scholars, legal expert, good governor expert, parliamentary expert, they will tell you it was a damaging failure. And it in terms reaffirm that everything the plenary has been doing in concert with the Senate, in concert with the executive as legal. Because the parliamentary best practice all around the world is whenever the first among equals can no longer command the majority, he step aside. Even a prime minister who wins a fixed tenure, once he lost in house, he resigns. It just happened to Boris Johnson.
Man,
Speaker
talk about
McCarthy
the law by
just
leading.
resigned. He just left office on a motion filed by one member. That these are parliamentary norms and practices, and the law has come today to back it. So the fact that these actions were not declared unconstitutional, I mean everything collapsed around Honorable Kofa, unfortunately, and he should accept it. And the Liberian people business will go ahead as have been continuing by the plenary.
So let me bring in a correspondent, Gray. Honorable Gray, former representative district number 8. Hearing a Funati lawyer, Serena Cephas, is shocking to me, saying that Funati lost the case today. Talk to us. Welcome to the show.
Basically, let me say thank you very much. I will not respond to the quote-unquote lawyer, because in any case, there's a lead lawyer. I thought he spoke to the lead lawyer. But where I want to come from is that I wanted to correct my colleague, Councilor Donna. I joking and telling he's a political lawyer. You can't compare parliamentarian system with our system. He comparing the British Parliament with that of our system. No, we have a kind of Republican form of government where first and foremost, we don't have a prime minister. We have a speaker. Not only that, wherein a representative cannot work in other branches of government. He knows the law very well. Wherein, for example, like Ghana or in Britain, you can be a parliamentarian at the same time, maybe a minister in the executive branch of government. And they have something in their rules called vote of no confidence. We don't have vote of no confidence in our rule. So you're comparing oranges with apples. You can't do that. As a veteran lawmaker, stick to the law, stick to the procedure there. And one of the best things here is that we always had the argument, Cody. The argument here is that what has been happening in Liberia is that once group of lawmakers get together, whether it's done legally or not legally, they coerce politically through political machinations to compel a speaker to resign. Unfortunately, for the first time, I don't want to say, for the first or second time, that our speaker has said, if you don't give me due process, if you don't have the 49, I'm not going to resign. Even if you got 48. So the case of Edwin Snow, the case of Ellis Starter, where technically they were compelled to resign, even in the midst of the Supreme Court ruling with Snow, this situation is different. The court has ruled on the basis of 33 and 49. The both provisions complement each other. There is no way you can use a provision of 33 and you are a lawyer. Article 33 talk about the lower numbers adjourning from day to day. It recognizes the authority of the lower numbers. In Article 33, it recognizes an authority of a simple majority also. So those two provisions are complementary. And in the wisdom of the Supreme Court, to complement that with Article 49, to clearly define that the Speaker is the presiding officer, they didn't say the Deputy Speaker in Article 49. So the court did not only state 33, but it also said 49. That's the crux of the debate. What does that presuppose? That in the absence of the presiding,
So that what you right there, Representative Gray, please. Let me bring Acid Do and Mr. Dualu. Our sister want to talk to us also. Let who you really represent, Gray. I think you're making a very salient point here, but I have an announcement to make as to we said Serena Sifa is the lawyer, one of the lawyers representing Funati Kofa.
No.
Well,
We
and
want
then
to read that
I beg
clearly.
you. I beg you.
No,
Yes,
CEO, it's clear.
no,
No.
let's start by. I beg you, my man. Wait.
I just want to give you this
No,
information.
don't give
It's
me no
clear.
information. No, don't give me no information. That's why I'm bringing it up, because I have something to make clear. Just be patient. So again, I would like to say that as per, let me post it in a way that would be helpful. The Funati camp saying Serena Cephas is not one of his lawyer.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
They are saying that Serena Cephas is not one of his lawyer. So it's only fair to clear this, and I will put this up again. That's why we on the show. And when these things happen, we are not taking sides, so the folks need to speak for themselves. I'm going to share this, and I want to also make it clear that they are just denying that Serena Cephas is one of their lawyers. Let me go to you, Isaac, then we'll go to Dwalu. Isaac?
Yes, Stanton, hi to everyone. So the Supreme Court does not teach reading and comprehension. The Supreme Court only interprets law. You cannot fault the Supreme Court for lack of understanding of what they say. You can only blame people who did not take comprehension seriously. So in this case, everyone has said it over and over. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court's ruling is there. Whatever we say here is just our own thing here and there, but the ruling is there. So what did they really say? And there are a few points I want to disagree with. The first thing is, the very first argument we had was that the Supreme Court did not have the authority to rule. The Supreme Court spelled out its authority today. It said, we do have the authority to rule. And then it went on there a few things. First off, the Supreme Court did not say lawmakers must sit to a specific place. No. They said, though, that for that sitting to have legal authority, the presiding officer must preside. And it went further to define who the presiding officer is. It says the speaker. In addition to that, Stanton, anybody here come in and say the Supreme Court didn't say anyone can be compelled to go to Supreme Court or to go to session, let the person go back to K1 and start comprehension again. Yes, the Supreme Court did say the minority can compel those who are not going to session to come to session. What the Supreme Court did say apart from that is that the channel, the mechanism, the way through which they can be compelled is not defined. So they are Supreme Court, they cannot tell the majority the channel by which they can compel them. So the argument that the Supreme Court say it is not in our authority, no. The Supreme Court only said it is not our authority to define how you can go about comparing your people. You should be the one to come with your own procedure in which you can compel your people to come to work. So my people, the Supreme Court isn't responsible for comprehension. We are not lawyers. That's why we're all speculating. But today we are speaking based on the plain English the Supreme Court used. Good for us, we don't speak Chinese. We do speak English. And what the Supreme Court says are all there. So again, the minority, the Supreme Court only recognized one setting, not two. The one setting can be either of the minority or of the majority. Whichever side the setting is, it must have the presiding officer who is the speaker to have constitutional backing. That's what the Supreme Court says. If they are in the minority can compel the majority. That's what the Supreme Court says. But the channel by which they can compel them now is what they say, well, you should be the one establishing your own rules and orders and manner in which you can compel people. So if you want to go back to K1 to study comprehension, people calling themselves lawyers, questionable degrees, you can go back. The Supreme Court isn't responsible to teach comprehension there. No, they interpret the law and we read the English. The English is there. At the end of the day, they said everything done outside of the provision is illegal. What else you want them to say? They should say A equal A, B equal B, C equal B before you come. Man, we've passed K1 and K2. I think we are at a place where we should be understanding more. It is only unfortunate that we have so-called lawyers and all kind of funny people coming to just talk all kind of things that they themselves not understanding.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Duane, before I bring you on, let me bring in Manipaka Dema. He from the office of the speaker, then I'll bring you on, Duane. Manipaka Dema, talk to us.
Yes, thanks for having me. I will clarify a few issues of fact. As you may already know, Councillor Serena Sifers wasn't representing Speaker Kofa on this matter before the full bench. So it's not a council of record. In addition to that, we all know the Supreme Court ruled today very clearly. It stripped the so-called majority bloc of the right of acting as plenary. It introduced in its definition of Article 33 and 49 very clearly, succinctly, stating that the formula is simple. You need a legal presiding officer plus quorum. And then it ended by stating, wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, that any action taken by representatives that doesn't fall within the standards or that doesn't meet the standards set out in the Supreme Court's definition and declaration on 33 and 49 is ultra virus. That means voided. That's what happened today. None of the respondents' appeals, none of the respondents' prayers were granted. Councillor Barney Sherman, who represented the respondents, repeatedly asked the court to stay out of the matter, to declare this a political question. That political question was not deployed today in the judgment. The court asserted its right to rule. And so today, it has been a decisive legal victory for Speaker Funati Kofa. Those in studio can pretend the law is the law. No instrument can be put before the purported majority bloc that will have any force under Liberian law.
Thank
you
you.
can't withdraw any dollar from the treasury relying on the action of the illegal meetings.
Thank you very much, Manipaka Dema. Thank you. If you want to add something else, we'll bring you on. Let me go to
Just a
Dualu.
quick intervention. Just a quick intervention. Just a quick intervention.
Honorable man, can you wait 1 minute? Dualu have not spoken. Then I will come to your please. But before I do that, let me be very clear from Funati camp. All right. When this case was called for hearing, Councillor James E. Pierre and Arthur Tamba Johnson appear for the petitioners. So Funati is saying that on this, Serena Cephas is not one of his lawyers. Therefore, Serena Cephas is speaking as Serena Cephas contributing to the show. So it's only fair to say that. Then I don't know why for Serena saying that he one of those
lawyer.
This is important. I want to say something. I beg you. This is consequential. This is very consequential. 2 counselors at law came here pretending to be who they are not. Let's just be very clear. Walia Sarah Dune is not an independent, neutral observer. He is a political
he has a son. He has a son.
It's a political hack.
So we heard your point.
Let's hear Dualu, man. Let's hear Dualu.
So let Dualu go ahead, then we'll come back to you. Dualu, welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. To the audience, man, y'all welcome to the show. Look, guys, and I'm going to be straightforward here. I don't want interruption because I don't intend to interrupt anybody tonight. If you're talking about English on the show, you cannot be repetitive. It becomes monotonous, number one. It's unclear and it lacks variety. This is not English. You don't have to repeat yourself 50 times to make a point. And I want to speak this directly to former Honorable Akaris Gray. You know, I hate when people come on the platform anywhere and you see we don't have a parliamentarian system. Liberia has a non-system system. The system we have in Liberia does not function in any circumstance. I don't think anybody can define the system because it's never worked for the population. Let's stop this thing about we're not a parliamentarian. We do not have a system. It does not exist under any circumstance. Let's get it right. But let me speak to the judgment today. Look, the court they rule. You like it, you not like it, that's your business. The court rule. But guess what the court did today? The court rule doing exactly what we expected the court to do. The court said, listen, the legislature has one speaker. You got to go back to the legislature. But this is what the court also did. The court opened the door for political maneuvering, political brouhaha, and saying, listen, I'll rule on the issue that I've ruled on. But because I cannot rule on political issue, it set the entire case back to where it began to begin with. But let me ask a question to you, Stanton. What the court ruling is going to mean when the legislature can go back and keep doing the same thing and the ruling doesn't matter? Because the court ruled in the fashion that it ruled, even though it ruled in favor of Fonante Kopa, there is no ambiguity there. This is not an argument. It was very plain language. Well, yes, the issue. Will we accept the plain language? Because the majority of black and saying, listen, you know what? The court said politically we can go back and do what we're doing because we don't have rules to measure what we are doing. And that's what I'm going to say. I give it back to you.
Thank you very much, Ron. I really appreciate you. I'm going to bring in Sis Glendy. Then from there, we'll go back to Councilor Donald, Akaris Gray, and right. Sis Glendy, I got to bring in Clinton after too. Sis Glendy.
So I want to disagree with Dwalu. I mean, be it as it may, we do have a system in Liberia. Whether it functions or not, whether it's working correctly or not, we have a system. And we cannot ignore that. So I agree with the former representative that say there's a system. We don't have a parliamentary system in Liberia, and that's the truth. So the fact that it doesn't work properly, and we are saying that it doesn't work correctly, doesn't mean that Liberia doesn't have a system. They do. But I want to agree with Uncle Sam. When we have people, we have a renowned lawyer for Serena Cephas to come on here and purport as if he was a counselor for Fonante Kofa. That is so wrong. It's wrong. It's so wrong, and it's unacceptable for him to come, because it's like you come and blatantly lie to the Liberian people to be a counselor for a client, and the client has come down and debunked you. That is unacceptable, Senator. And these are the people who always speaking that they want better for Liberia. Oh, he's gonna write a ruling concern. He's gonna write something. He said interpretation based on the ruling today, and he can't even tell us in his first sentence it's a lie. That's unacceptable. I think he should apologize to the Liberian people for coming and publicly lying. That's unacceptable.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Let me go ahead and bring in Councilor Donan before Clinton. Let me bring in Councilor Donan. Make your point, sir.
Thank you very much. In our first conversation, I told you I wasn't a counselor. That clarification being restated. I just want to clarify, based on the contention of my colleague, that when I say the rulemaking body is the legislatures, the parliament, the similarity there is in any rulemaking body, in any system of governance, your control as legislative or parliamentary leader rests on being able to control and sustain a majority. That is the similarity that I drew in, which Mr. Dualo spoke to as well. So when I brought in the case of former Speaker McCarthy and former Prime Minister Boris, they both were parliamentary legislative leader in a rulemaking body, and therefore they lost the majority and they lost their seat. That was the point I thought to make. On the other point I thought to make a clarification is the contention being perforated around that the Supreme Court answered the prayers is not true. The Supreme Court said it cannot delve into political issues. That was precisely the prayer of Councilor Van Chairman and others. And the fact that it cannot delve into political issue, the majority is the one that enforces order. Like Mr. Dwello was saying, what end do you think you can achieve politically? You cannot achieve anything politically. And the single fact that the Supreme Court did not say all the actions were unconstitutional, I insist that the Supreme Court thereby give credit to that actions, and those actions I will be standing. So it is my view that the plenary won, because if they were not even plenary, the honorable mayor won't sue them before the Supreme Court, because if they were not plenary, because the Supreme Court hear cases only affecting the plenary of other sections of the House, not individual members. Individual members' cases are cognizable under Article 44 in any lower courts. So that establishes that further they are plenary. Furthermore, you cannot adjourn from time to time more than 5 days.
Wait, I think let's clarify this. Look,
So the fact that the plenary was
That is not true.
for more than 5 days, it points out, and the Senate was working, it points out the Senate was working only because a majority was sitting. Because if there were no sitting and the minority were adjourning, the Liberian Senate here would have been forced to close.
Point of interjection, quick.
Let me bring in Clinton. I'll bring in Clinton. Let me bring in Clinton before we come to you. Then we'll bring in Councilor Calando, Senator McGill. They all want to contribute. But Clinton, let me come to you, Colonel Gray. Then for Della Patrick, then we can bring those out on the line. Clinton, can you unmute?
Look. I don't know. And like Asido said, this thing is not about getting even a law degree. This is plain and simple English. The opinion is just 2 pages of really. You know, look, the court. Look, it's in very simple step. The first thing the court did in the opinion is it affirmed that it has the authority to rule on the issue. So I don't know when there's Honorable Donald keeps talking about the court said it can't get involved in political matter. Where he's getting this thing from? The first thing the court did was to affirm its authority to deal with the issue. The second thing the court did was to deal with Article 49. And it says that as per Article 49, the presiding is the speaker. Then it went forward to deal with Article 33. And it says whether you are presiding, whether you're having a minority sitting or a majority sitting, you must have the presiding in this case, which is the speaker. For the deputy speaker to preside, the speaker must be absent. The court said all of that. And then at the end of it says that the members who are acting not in conformity with the interpretation of the Constitution are acting without legal authority. It's plain and simple. I don't know why this is all the complication. It's interesting to see people come here and just complicate a very, very simple matter. Dwalu is right. The Supreme Court ruled and affirmed the authority of COFA. The only thing the Supreme Court did was it says, look, we don't have the authority under the law to compel majority members to come and say, you have to go back and figure, because the Constitution gave you the authority. So you have to go and figure out how you can get your members back. It's plain and simple.
Okay, so guys, let's do this real quick. I beg you, Karis Mose Gray, former representative. Let me bring in Nathaniel Fallow McGill. Just briefly, then we'll come to you and our brother Patrick. Senator McGill, you live. Talk to us.
Thank you, Stanza. So I just listening to my good friend, brother Anthony Donald. I think he misinforming the public. The court did look. The fact that the court talked about Article 66, the court talked about authority to go into the matter. So, but Donald is saying that the court said on a political issue that's false, that's misleading. I agree with. Let me get up.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
The court very clear. The court actually went to the case. The case is a simple case. You don't have to be a lawyer to see the court judgment. The court made it very simple. The court was clear. The court dealt with 2 issues. One, the court dealt with the authority under Article 33 and 49. It says there are 2 things here. Majority under Article 33 means when you have simple majority. And the court said to have simple majority, the speaker must be presiding. If you don't have simple majority, the minority, the speaker should be presiding. So what the court said in totality is whether majority or no majority, the speaker must preside. And what the court did also, the court did not recognize the majority block. There is no way in the court ruling where it mentioned majority block. The court, in fact, the court now there as absentee members of the House of Representatives. And so to argue that the court recognized the majority block, the court did not do that. And so what the court said, the final analysis, the court said, well, we can't compare the people because there's no rule. Yeah, the court were right. But what the court has determined, like Dwalo said, the court made it clear Franti you want to remove Franti, you got to go on Franti, you make your case. And even the issue of McCarthy in the United States, they acknowledge creating another false analogy. What the court did, they went in plenary. They presented their case. Those who wanted McCarthy or they presented their case. McCarthy presented a case. There was a debate. After the debate, there was a vote taking. People voted. You can't go sit down somewhere you're asking, you're not in session, and you sit down somewhere you don't follow the key absent. The father left on Franti and when they joined the majority, the so-called majority black, they were all absent. They were absent from section. So I want to make that clarity. They should not misinform the Liberian people. Franti won the cake. No, that's a different issue. Whether Franti can control the majority, that's a different debate. But the court has made it very clear. To remove a speaker, you must go on the speaker. Right now, they can't even deal with the budget. They cannot deal with the budget. The budget got to go to Franti. The budget got to go to the real committee.
Let me ask you a question, Honorable Miguel. Let's ask you a few questions here because you not only coming in speaking on this issue, you're a sitting lawmaker, you're a sitting senator. So allow us, please, to throw some questions your way. Come Tuesday, what's your expectation? Majority black saying they are going for session. They will operate and do the budget. I mean, are you looking at? Let me answer. Are you looking? Is this now on the desk of President Bouaka? Without his intervention, is this how the House of Representatives going to be like?
I hope the president will do the right thing. I believe the president will follow the full interpretation of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has made it very clear. My brothers on the other side, they acted ultra virus. They have to go on Franti. To even try to play with the budget, I think the president should not even encourage them to play with the budget because they're acting illegally. And so my hope is, I read Franti's statement. Franti talk about transition. I don't know what Franti means. Probably Franti is saying it alone. Maybe if I can control the guy, I have to now sit down with them and find out whether, in fact, I will remain speaker or not. I think Franti is trying to reach out to them so they can have a dialogue. The rules need to be written. Look, what the Supreme Court did, the Supreme Court helped out even the Senate because we have the same problem. We could run into the same problem tomorrow. If we have leadership crisis, 16% can get and say we don't want to protest. But the rules say you gotta go and present your petition or your resolution to the pro-tem, and the pro-tem will recuse themselves. So unless they do that, their action is illegal. So I hope the president will encourage them, the majority bloc, and they will see reality and go on Franti. They have the majority. Why should they be afraid? The majority city, you can only have the majority when you're in section. When you're not in section, you don't have majority. You are absent from section, and that majority isn't effective. It's useless. You can't do anything. You can't vote. The poor will be in session, they will vote. And so at the end of the day, they got to go there. My hope is the guys from the majority who are not in section, the absentee majority, will now see the need to go to section, present their case, and if they get a vote, I mean, ask Mr. Kofa to recuse himself, and they can go to the investigation. The speaker to do that, but the court has made it clear that the speaker is still the speaker. And I hope the budget will go to the speaker, and the speaker will send the budget to the appropriate committee. They can go. When they're in section, they can decide to change the one suspend the chairman, the ways and means. They have the majority, they can do that. But they can't do that while they are out of section, as the Supreme Court has explained. So there's no other way you can explain the interpretation of the code. So for everybody to say Kofa did not win, I'm very surprised. Even elementary person, nobody, you don't have to be a constitutional lawyer or a lawyer to understand the rules.
Yeah, but your
the code is clear.
Your solicitor, let me ask you, your solicitor general, your friend and brother Serena Cephas, your friend and brother Serena Cephas said the majority black won.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Senator McGill. Senator? Senator, can you hear us? All right, so he went off. Akaris Mostly Great Company, let's hear you, former representative.
Basically, Maggie had laid the entire basis of the entire conversation. That is very clear. I just wanted to quickly correct Anthony Donner, my former colleague, and this is very dangerous for the education of the public as a lawyer. One, he spoke on the issue of adjournment. There are two provisions of the Constitution that talk about adjournment. Adjournment under Article 33, listen to this. It says a simple majority of each house shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business, but a lower number may adjourn from day to day and compare the attendance of the absent members. It says from day to day, there's no restriction on the lower number adjournment. No restriction. The second adjournment he's talking about is adjournment of the House, either the House of Senate or the House of Representatives. This provision of the Constitution is specific to the lower number of the House of Representatives. This particular provision, Article 33, that we just read. So, as long as the legislature is in session, the lower number can adjourn unendingly. The second adjournment he's talking about, how he messing with Article 33, is that if one house decides to close, that a house is not lower number. So if the Senate closes maybe today, after 5 days, the House of Representatives cannot still be in function. Similarly, if the House closes today, the Senate cannot be in function after 5 days. That's the adjournment he's talking about. We're talking to a specific adjournment here from day to day. That's correction one. The second point that I had issue with is that he was chairman on judiciary in the 53rd under Ellis Tuttle. And they wrote the rules. The rules that the House of Representatives using today are rules that were adopted as far back as the 53rd legislature. From the 52nd, the 53rd, the 54th to the 55th. They just adopted that rule. We adopted the 53rd rules with this one amendments in the 54th. And then the 55th adopted the 54th rules. The bulk of those rules were already under the administration of Donner as chairman. I wanted him here. As chairman on judiciary, under Rule 48, 48.3, block it or stand on if you got a rule. I wanted to ask him, who do they file a complaint to? The rule did not say the deputy speaker, it said the speaker. When a complaint is filed, who does the complaint goes to? The speaker, then the speaker will send to the Committee on Rules of Administration. Did they follow the process? I really wanted the attorney at law, my colleague, my former colleague, to come and answer. You can't be political when you are a lawyer on such a subject matter. On the issue of Serena Silva, it's unfortunate. Her action is pure criminal. Seriously. Her action is criminal. Even the Supreme Court can chastise him for that. For coming publicly and lying because there's a document that shows in the hands of the Supreme Court that he's not a lawyer. To come here and impersonate is extremely criminal. It's a
Let me ask you a question. So this is from Serena Silva. Let's be clear. Did Serena Silva represent Fonati before Justice Wese?
I will not speak to that.
Did he or didn't he?
I would say I will not speak to that. We are talking about a case now that is specific.
That's the same case that is that.
No,
that
that's
is,
not the case. No.
Let me finish. But let's do the one at a time, my brother. I listen. We all got to be informed.
Yeah. But we're talking about the one that on paper CEO. Forget about.
But tell your own. Let me tell my own now, please. You want to your own? Then I tell my own.
Tell your own so we can tell our own because we want to.
I can't interrupt in your way. Serena Seaforth was one of those that represented, or how you call him, Fonati, in from the Justice Wese at the time. And this case grew out of that case. So it's the continuation. I'm not saying it because of Stanton. That's Serena argument. Okay? Serena said it was Serena Seaforth, Kabina Janet, Arthur Johnson, and that of Councilor Pierre. So if you guys are saying no, Serena Aguirre is saying we're one of, and Tewan Gonglo were one of them. But now the presentation, even Tewan Gonglo, Serena is saying they couldn't allow him to even proceed because his name wasn't on the paper. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't part of the case as fanatical for legal representative. I can respect to you.
Let me just tell you this. Let me say this to you. I've been an integral part of this entire process. Serena is no lawyer for Councillor Kova on the subject matter we're discussing. That will be very clear. A bar oppo did not permit us to even encourage him around at the point in time. Okay, I want to be blunt. Serena and I in the chat room now, I'm telling him that it's wrong. Everybody lashing at him. Okay, that is very dangerous. Okay, so let lay that rest or stand on. Serena bar oppo could not have permitted him to face the Supreme Court. In fact, he's not a good lawyer in front of the Supreme Court. I can tell you that.
I'm gonna leave that. I gotta go back to Uncle Sam very quick. Let's work on Gibson Jeru. That is you. Fendera is you. Go ahead, Fendera.
Why the CEO don't let my business here? You don't let my business.
Talk now.
It's good to see you on the platform. Thank you so much.
You're not going to tell anything good, so tell your own.
Yeah, so CEO, as I said before, let me begin with this council. I think it's legal heresy to present yourself as a councillor representing a legal interest of someone you are not. The action by Councillor Serena Cephas tonight is disgraceful, is condemnable. He should be ashamed to come here.
No,
listen, I have to say this clearly. Because this man, as I was reading the comment, it almost appeared like he was the lead lawyer who is speaking with that authority to present an argument that everybody will believe. We need to know he was never on the list, never near the corridor of legal luminaries that represented the legal interest of the minority bloc. It's a shame, and I'm disappointed. But again, I listened to Councillor Anthony Donna. He said he's not a councillor. We have to state clearly from day one, even on yesterday, we said the court will now rule that it has authority to stop members of the legislature or House of Representatives from carrying on their functions. The court does not have that authority.
All right, Fendera Patrick, let me interrupt you. Fendera, I have Serena, the councillor Serena Cephas back on the phone. We got to hear from himself. Honorable Cephas, welcome again on the show. Are you one of the lawyers representing Councillor Speaker J. Fonati Kofa?
I was involved with the petition for the writ of prohibition along with Justice Janet. And when the justice in chamber declined to issue the writ, the second petition that was filed by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Pierre, we had a personal, professional differences on that petition, on the nature, the character of the petition. So we didn't associate with that, but we supported the cause.
No.
So help us understand. Guys, I beg you guys, we have the councillor on. Let's listen. So help us understand when you say you supported the cause, please.
Yeah. For example, part of the reasons why, because we had developed Councillor Johnny and I had developed another idea.
You are not wrong.
Councillor Johnny and I had developed another idea as to how we intended to prosecute the issue of the declaration of the rights of the speaker. And our colleague had a different opinion, so we didn't associate with this second petition. But the first petition we were involved, and we're contemplating a third petition, and that's where we stood. But we supported and continue to support anything that will restore his right.
So at what point you broke away from the legal team?
From the beginning.
I just been I just been categorical based on what I read.
You appear in front of the associate
So
justice.
did you guys? Can we do it? You don't want to ask question. This this counselor is here. I will give her a chance.
I still subscribe to this. I still subscribe to the objective. I didn't break away. But I've been a bit categorical on how I feel. And I said, and I keep saying this, and you can quote me, you can do your research. I say in constitutional interpretation, courts of law, constitutional court assign meanings. In statutory interpretation, they determine meaning. So I think the court should have determined or assigned meaning to Article 33.
Okay, but let's talk about you. On Akaris Gray, you want to say something real quick? Ask everybody. No. If you have a question to the counselor, that's my point. Akaris Gray, to you.
Basically, the counselor is not saying the truth. The counselor all of the legal team, and he know that. I know that very well. So the counselor should not come and purport to be. No, excuse me, counselor, you are speaking here. Okay, you know very well.
I said I was not associating with the second.
Counselor, did you appear in front of the associate justice for the first hearing?
Yes, I was there. I didn't want to argue. I didn't want to open the argument.
Counselor, what was your output? Did you win?
No, we're not asking about that. You just asking whether he appeared.
Can I say something?
No. But it's not the point whether he win or not. Honorable grade.
But I think, but still, I think that issue passed now.
But man, you beyond Jade.
No, but stand on.
No, I want to say something.
Let me just conclude on the counselor. Let me just conclude on the counselor.
Yeah.
If you don't have anything to say, let me just.
No, I beg you, hold on 1 minute, Counselor.
No, you're not going. I want to say something to you.
Counselor, hold on 1 minute. Let's give Honorable Grade.
Let me get Counselor, man.
Yeah.
I will back my piece. Let the other people ask.
It's with me. For this man to ask me, did you appear before? I mean, how you will tell me that? I know that somebody, you think that's not a lip begin. You know me when you were in jail 2016. Who defended you? That about when you appear. Go to the Supreme Court and ask. That I'm here to both. I said I did not associate with the second petition. The first petition I was part. They kind of did you appear before the justice?
All right, so let me bring in Glennie. Glennie, do you have a question for Councilor
I
Sifa?
certainly do have a question. And we cannot afford to have a well-learned lawyer come on Spoon TV where a lot of people listening to and misappropriate the truth. When Councilor Sifa spoke, he was very clear that he was a part of the team of KOFA. He did not tell us that from the first instance. He did not tell us. He did not know. Let me speak. Councilor, let me speak, Papa. I'm begging you. When you come, you can't come and misrepresent the truth. When you spoke here, you spoke as if to say you were presently a part of the team of Fonati KOFA. That was what you represented. And that is false. You originally represented KOFA. You were with a team before. Right after the first write-up, you left the team. And you have not been a part of KOFA team. And the paper that KOFA presented here, your name is not represented on that. So what you told us was a misrepresentation, and that is unacceptable from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Glennie. Go ahead, Councilor. Go ahead, Councilor.
Listen to this, and that's why I listen to this. That's why sometimes it's difficult to come on this platform. I don't force myself to become lawyer for anyone. The idea of developing a defense for KOFA was initiated by me, supported by Councilor Janet. Councilor Janet came aboard. We drafted the first petition for a rate of prohibition. We appeared before the justice. We argued. After we got through arguing, the justice said he will hear from him. Later on, he declined to issue the rate. A meeting was called. That meeting was attended by KOFA. There were controversy between the lawyer, professional controversy. We had a different opinion because I represented Justice Janet and myself. So we were not part of the second petition, but we supported everything and continue to support anything that defended the cause of KOFA. Let me say this to you. I'm a senior lawyer of the court. I'm a senior lawyer of the International Criminal Court. I will never come on record between a public institution and lie. What do I hope to achieve? My brother, I maintain I said, and I'm saying this to say, all of you get dictionary or everything. You know, everything I'm telling you about, read it and say that. I mean, we say.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you. Brother Patrick, you want to go very quick? Councillor, thank you. Thank you, Brother Patrick, the last.
Council, you need to apologize. Council, you must apologize. Every one of us supported Councillor, or the Speaker. We are not claiming to be his legal or representative. According to you, when the first matter elapsed, you were no longer part of the one that went to the Supreme Court. And according to you, you supported. So we are supporting the rule of law, and I guess you also supported the rule of law. But to come here tonight, look at how you presented yourself in an authoritative figure, like you were the one that stood before the Supreme Court, and you regurgitated
ultra-virus.
You know, in such a situation, I think it was imperative to have stated your position clearly. From the inception, I was a part of the Speaker's team. In this matter, I come in, let me learn. When even in everywhere, people change lawyers in stages. They change lawyers if they feel that they can't continue with them. They change lawyers. It's legally acceptable, and I don't have to tell you that because I don't have to preach the law to you. But my problem to you, the way you spoke tonight, you purported to be one of those legal luminaries, represented the legal interests of the Speaker.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. We're running against time. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Go ahead, Councillor Cephas. We got to go back to the studio.
I have said is a problem of comprehension. When I started my exposition, hear what I said from the beginning. If you play it tonight, replay, you'll see. I said I have a different opinion, the opinion of the Supreme Court, and I intend to critique it. I think, in my opinion, the majority won. Listen to that. Go and play it. I said on the first team, in the second team, there was a disagreement, purely professional disagreement. I was not part of the second team because of professional disagreement.
What was your disagreement, Councillor? What was your disagreement that caused you to leave Fonati team?
For example, it's something like I said it. It's something like, for example, your man said you want to file this. You said, no, I don't think this is workable. Let's try this. I wanted our team, the team I'm part of, we wanted a full declaration of the rights of the Speaker. And there's a petition that we needed to file for full declaration. The irreconstitutionality that they intersperse with prohibition, intersperse with declaratory judgment, to our opinion, we think it didn't raise the issue so much, because when it comes to irreconstitutionality, the contentious argument must be a statute must be.
Why do you think Fonati disagree with you and Cabinet Janet? Why do you think Fonati disagree?
No, not Fonati didn't disagree with us. It was discussion between the lawyers, and I represented Councillor Janet wasn't there. I represented. I came and briefed him. He said, all right, let them go ahead. Let's wait, and if anything, we can stay forward. So he didn't go. So Fonati never had disagreement because he was sitting down there. It was just disagreement between the lawyer. It was about strategy. So
do you think it's the reason why the Supreme Court ruled the way they ruled today? Because Arthur Johnson and Councillor Pierre didn't follow your advice?
No, that's just professional disagreement. Not enough. It doesn't substantively affect the issue. At the end of the day, if the court was categorical in determining Article 33 and the signing meaning to it and says so and so, we're all still going to
Thank you very much, Councillor Serena Seaford, former Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia, Romanda 109 in The Hague. We want to say thank you, sir.
That's the one thing I make it do The Hague.
Councillor Seaford, my friend. All right, look, they're laughing. Let's go ahead. Jerome Gibson, it's good to see you. Let me bring Uncle Sam first. Then we'll come to you, Jerome. Uncle Sam, what do you make of all this thing? While we try to close this thing in the next 30 minutes, we'll be closing this. It's good to have you to our Carrie's Great. It's good to have you back again on the Family. Uncle Sam, talk to me. The way forward now. The way forward.
So basically, yeah, look, when somebody attacks my integrity and what I've worked for the last 52 years, and when I defend myself, I'm not doing it for the political hacks. I'm doing it for people. 70% of the people in this country under the age of 35. They don't know who Samuel Doe was. They don't know who Kuompa was. They don't know none of that. When a political hack comes out here and ascribe to me that I was an advisor for Samuel Doe and all of that, and I was involved in all kinds of illegal stuff, this is complete nonsense. I was a kid with a professional kid, came home and spent only 10 months working for the government. I went back to a stellar career on Wall Street. That's what I did. Okay? So come here, instead of dealing with the substantive matter of state, to talk about, I don't have integrity, I don't have this. This is complete nonsense.
We're discussing about
I have to let me just go further on the substantive matter. After having demolished the whole thing, Joseph Nima Walker was the one who worked with Samuel Doe for years. He was a major in the PRC government, not me. Okay, I didn't spend all that time.
So let's get back to the conversation at hand now, please.
Let me finish. This is important. I didn't spend any time with Emma Sawyer them during the interim government time. I wasn't here. Should I just be very clear about that?
So it's clear. So it's clear.
You don't have a substantive argument against me. You have to attack. That shows the level of your intelligence. That shows the level
Uncle Sam, let's move ahead.
And try to demean me because you cannot stand my intellectual prowess.
We will come back to you, Uncle Sam. We will come back to you. We will come back to you, Uncle Sam. We'll come back to you. Thank you very much.
Let me speak on the substantive matter.
Uncle Sam, we'll come back to you. Uncle Sam, I beg you, we'll come back to you. Gibson Jerry, welcome to the show. Let's hear you. It's been a while, Gibson. Unmute, Gibson, please.
Oh, am I muted?
Yes, good now. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, thank you for allowing me to come back. We will always come back. That's what media people do. You go, you come, I'm glad to be here, as I consider it also my home. I wanted to ask Councilor Cephas some question, but he's gone. But what I wanted to know was what I've seen is that people can build their legal team from one stage to another. So if this stage that you perform as a lawyer for an individual, if it goes to another stage and they pick another lawyer, does that mean you are no longer part of the legal team of the person? That's why I wanted to ask him. And my understanding is people build legal theories of people cases. The initial people that build your legal theory, they file preliminary documents, and then when you go to the next stage, there are appropriate individuals who can handle that part, and you use them. That doesn't mean the previous lawyer that you had is no longer on your legal team. You still consult them, you still call them, you still ask them questions, legal questions. So I wanted to know if that is what Councilor Cephas was speaking in. But I don't want to discount him completely that he's not because I have an article before me here that he served as a legal representative for COFA from the initial stage. So if there's a disagreement on the theory of the next process of the McDermott, and he doesn't think that he can be part of the theory, he can back out and new lawyers can go, but he still provide legal advice or legal counsel to COFA. The only thing I disagree with him is I don't think the majority won. I think this is a real blow today to the majority group, and it's a precedent that has been set in Liberia that no more majority group of people will get together and go and write a petition and say, "You speaker, you're not there anymore." My fear in the whole thing was if the Supreme Court had affirmatively ruled in their favor today, they would have given a license to a group of representatives, whether 39, 40, 41, 42. You can draw a resolution, an article of impeachment, and it will go. And that was my fear. And so today, that ruling, I think COFA deserves to celebrate, and I wish he would resign immediately when they get to section. He said, well, I got what I wanted, and I don't want to be speaker again. Let him resign in honor instead of them voting out. I think that's where I think he should go.
You want him to resign. Now he won, as you said, he won the battle, but you want him to resign.
Yeah, I want him to resign, stand up, because they will still remove him. I don't care what happened, he will still be removed. There's nothing Kofa can do to remain. He will be removed. Whether he does it by himself or whether they vote him out.
Mama, we got 20 more minutes. Hold on 1 minute. Let me bring in Councillor Che. Councillor, it's good that you're joining us.
I'm not a councillor. That's a correction.
Thank you. But again, I'm sorry, but it's good that you're joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stanton. So I just wanted to make a few things clear. Number one, the first thing is that Councillor C4 initially was on the speaker's team, but now he's no longer. So that part needs to be cleared. It's not there again. What made him to be removed? That's another day. The second part is that the Supreme Court ruling is unambiguously cleared. It tells the other guys on the other side, majority, that whatever they did before was not done with the use of the presiding. The Constitution is very clear in Article 49 who is presiding. Presiding is the speaker. So to remove the speaker, there's a procedure in the House rules that says that you have to file a complaint against the speaker. That complaint is investigated through the rules and order. And then the speaker recuses himself for that particular case. And then you can bring it on the floor and vote. If you have 49 vote, the speaker is removed. If you don't do that and you go and sit in one corner, it means that whatever you're doing down there is illegal. So the Supreme Court just tells them that this is what is in the Constitution. Go by it. So in essence, it's a defeat to them because the speaker was not in any question. There was no question about the speaker legality. He was elected as speaker, he's speaker. The issue is with them. They were assuming that they have elected a speaker which is Richard Coon. So the Supreme Court told them that you cannot do that. There's a procedure in your House of Representatives. Go and follow that. But as far as we are concerned, according to Article 49, the presiding officer is the speaker. And lastly, to have a quorum in the House, you must have the presiding officers there plus 37 members. So the presiding officer is the speaker. He has to be there plus 37 members. Without the presiding officer, you cannot have a quorum. Lastly, the deputy speaker cannot act if the speaker is present. Right. The Constitution is very clear. You cannot act. The speaker has to be absent before you act. So whatever Fala was doing in the other side is null and void because the speaker is not in the country. So I just want to make that clarity because Councillor C4 was, providing some misleading to the public. I thought it was important for me to come and clarify.
Thank you very much, our brother Anderson Che. It's always good that you come on Spoon to clarify. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you. It's good to see you. All right, so let's try to wrap this, but let's just announce this very quick. It's very important to say that on Monday, can you bring us the information we're receiving that you guys will be working on the budget? Honorable Famula, can you talk to us while we're wrapping this thing? Starting Monday. Before you do that, let me give the last word to Manipaka. Before you do that, let me give the last word to Manipaka. Manipaka, come in real quick.
Yes, I just to restate in a very clear manner, Councillor Serena Sippers does not represent the legal interest of Councillor Funati Kofa before the full bench. The suit he referred to had been perfected, it had reached its necessary end. He was not brought on board. He doesn't work with us. He doesn't work for us. Anybody can be a supporter of Speaker Kofa. A lawyer-client relationship is contracted. He hasn't been maintained. His services have not been retained by us for this case. He is fraudulently passing himself off as a lawyer, representing our interests at this stage.
Manipaka Demand, thank you very much from Funati Kofa office. We appreciate your call in. And I believe Manipaka should have done this long time. They've been hiding. If they say can't talk, they say no, nah. They won't beat the road.
But why you wanted a man who can't talk yet?
Well, listen. The same thing he's talking now, he should have started that from the beginning.
After Famula, la mentor, man. Call Famula.
Yeah,
Manipaka Demand did not tell us why he was removed from the team. We want to also know why he was removed from the team. It is a reason why
his contract ended. Let's move on.
I will tell you why before we close.
That's right. Family, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I listened to Councillor Cephas well, he said to us on this platform that it was based on professional disagreement. He just don't want to tell you that he believed the case taken by the lawyer to the Supreme Court was something he disagreed with, and he believed Councillor Kofa could not achieve anything in that case. And he has said it on this platform that the opinion of the Supreme Court, he feels strongly that Kofa lost based on the Supreme Court failure to specifically clarify issues and rule on issues of concern to Kofa. And that is the basis of our argument for the past few months. We have said our actions are in keeping with the law, and the Supreme Court did not say anything about our actions. Moreover, you asked as to whether or not we have other activities being rolled out in the coming weeks. Yes, we'll have leadership that meeting on Monday. We'll go to section with Honorable Kuhn presiding. The committee on Ways and Means, as I said previously, has put in place all mechanisms to continue the activities that has to do with the hearing, and other entities will be invited, and the executive have said before the Supreme Court that they believe that the session in question, we have not breached any law, and they're going to continue working with the legislature in the context of the majority presiding in section. So there's no confusion here.
Will you guys be working on the budget on Monday?
The budget aspect, the mandate of plenary, yes, the committee will continue with their work on Monday. And entities will be invited from the executive.
What become of Councillor Speaker Kofa?
You stay calling Speaker Kofa.
Let me ask my question.
We told you we removed Speaker Kofa, and he went to court. No one answered a question like me asking yet.
The reason why you guys have to have a quorum to understand, because you can give people small chance. Let me ask my question.
Go ahead.
Speaker Kofa, I would say calling Speaker Kofa till he resign, or he's no longer Speaker as per 49 members voting him out. So again, my question. What become of Speaker Kofa sitting over there with 28 other members? I mean, what's the way forward here? Since we have
first thing for the record, as it stands in the House, is that the majority had a resolution of 50 votes. 50 people signed a resolution, and there was a cause, and the speaker was removed. There was an election within 2 hours, and the presiding then declared the position vacant, and there was an election, and Kuhn was elected. Councillor Kofa said that his rights were violated. He took flight to the Supreme Court. It has been established that the Supreme Court has not notified that decision based on their ruling today. What we feel strongly is that we are going to work on Monday to have a leadership meeting, the budget committee who continue their activities in inviting entities to come and explain as to how we can expand the revenue.
Are you actually executive to strip every benefit away from Speaker Kofa?
I think that the executive are only waiting on this ruling. The executive have said they believe we have not breached any law. The Justice Minister said it. The Solicitor General said that in the Supreme Court, and their own record. That was the executive official position through the Solicitor General.
The executive strip everything away from Financial Kofa.
That decision is within the purview of the executive because they control the EPS. It's not a legislative function. Legislatively, we have stripped all
what about the cars?
All authority.
What about the cars? What about the vehicles?
I said to you, the issue that has to do with the executive will need to take a decision because we have communicated.
The vehicles have nothing to do with the executive.
But Stanton, the issue of vehicle, it is the executive that assigned EPS officer. I'm not the one.
The vehicles, not the EPS officer, the vehicles. What about the vehicles?
This vehicle will be owned by the executive. If it is legislative owned, the committee on rules and order will take possession of some of the vehicles. But there are some of the vehicles that are owned by the speaker. There are some vehicles that are personally owned by the speaker.
Thank you very
the former
much.
speaker.
Thank you very much. Akaris, you want to close before you leave us? Go ahead, Akaris.
Yeah, basically, thank you very much. And look, for somebody to say that the Supreme Court did not rule, the first thing, the Supreme Court does not recognize anything called majority block in the entire ruling. Let's just be real ourselves. Listen to this part of the ruling. They said that this court's interpretation of Article 33 of the Constitution 1986 is that whether a simple majority is sitting or a lower number, in both cases, a presiding officer defined in Article 49 of the Constitution is the Speaker. Defined in Article 49, they use your own territory to tell you.
And in his answer, continue.
My man, hold on, my man. Wait, you freshman lawmaker, wait.
Yeah, my man.
Yeah, you explain lawmaker by reading from the old book you are using.
Wait small, wait small.
Let's proceed, please.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. So listen to that. Listen to this. It says is that whether a simple majority is sitting or a lower number, in both cases, the presiding officer defined Article 49 of the Constitution is the Speaker. Whether my simple majority starts somewhere, whether a lower number starts somewhere, the presiding officer, the court has ruled, it's clear that because you had no presiding officer who is the Speaker, and the Speaker was present all of the time, it means all you did is illegal. That's the argument here.
So can I respond to him, Tada?
Wait. Formula, wait. You talk and then not talk. Stand on, don't do that thing. Stand on, don't hijack me here. Let me tell you this. Stand on.
Everybody will talk before the mentor. Who's in?
Yeah. Stand on. Let me tell you this. Stand on.
Funny man.
Stand on. The court does not recognize.
You are a funny man. I know that.
Eh? They didn't recognize it.
The next speaker, you gotta wait. Go ahead, Honorable Green.
Wait now. They didn't recognize Spoon as Speaker. They told you say your action, but that paragraph, that's the third paragraph. They even talk about your action being ultra virus. That means you use extra power that ain't supposed to use. What more you want the people to say to you?
The people have to they have to register the majority black is unconstitutional because they put it there.
What more do you want to say? The next thing here is that look, I have said, let me tell you this. I'm a concluding statement. I have said to the Speaker, and I want to be on record here. It's very important that the Speaker reach out to everyone. It's very important that the body reconcile with each other. It's very important. But I can assure you, I'm speaking with authority here, that you will never have that number that you had before. Let me put myself on record with you. Let me repeat. You will never have 50. You will not even have 43 afterward. I put myself on record with you. Okay. Once you don't have 49, you can remove the
Take it to Alcara Bank.
Once you carry, my man, wait, formula. My man, your big brother, stop. Manya, stop. Okay. But the fact of the matter here is that these guys, I see some of them embarrassed. We've been talking to a lot of people behind the scene. Some of them have the fear that their committees will be taken away from them, because of the failed coup d'etat. The coup was fought by the Supreme Court.
I think it's right. Running some of their stomach.
Yeah, it's very important that, in fact, the money that was spent at RIJ, somebody put the money, or how would that person get that pay back? And all of those things. So that a lot of reasons that some of them will remain down there. But I don't think any.
So, Honorable Green, let's talk about the way forward now. We appreciate everything you have done.
My way forward is that the speakers will have to take the lead. My way forward, my candid suggestion, that the speaker reach out to every member of the quote-unquote majority bloc to reaffirm and reassure that there will be no witch hunt against them, that it's time to do the Liberian people work, that every one of them work together is very essential. And just in case it doesn't work, just in case, there could be further action. If I were the speaker with this Supreme Court ruling, if I keep talking to some people and they don't want to come, I'll walk with the majority bloc and preside. Let's see whether they resist me. If I were the speaker, in Capitol building. If they're in the joint assembly, I will take my group and we'll walk there, I will preside. Let me see whether Rachel Kuhn will fight me. Let me see whether the sergeant or arm or family that will fight. It's very important for me. That should be the last resort if the reconciliation does
But
not
why
materialize.
do you think for that he can't do this? Why can't he?
No, the thing is that you've been listening to the guys. I don't think he want the kind of confrontation. Some of them say he will never preside over us. The family, he on record for that. Maybe you can quote it. You should ask him that question. Okay. So family, they don't have the numbers. The thing clear, they don't have 49. Okay. So the best thing we can do, family, the best thing that can happen, family, as a lawmaker elected, a very young guy being elected by your people, I really admire that. I mean, you work a whole lot for them. Okay, it's about time every Busoya know when to retreat. Every Busoya, every revolution
Thank
knows
you.
when to retreat.
Thank
And
you,
if you
Honorable
cannot
Judge.
retreat appropriately, you may be compared to
Let them
retreat.
read.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Tyrus Mostly Great,
Yeah.
former representative, district number.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's good to have you. Thank you. Let me come
I
back
see
and
you guys,
studio.
Stanton. Thank you very much.
So you drag a response to the former representative?
No, the former
You're not
representative.
talking the formula that I'm
I think I'm next to give a final statement. I think I'm next to give a final statement.
My man, you're not going to interrupt people again, Jason. I said, go ahead and we'll bring in Clinton. I said,
Yeah, thank you. So, you were asking for the way forward. I think that's what should be important. The truth of the matter, you can't beat people but to do certain things. There are some people who just feel what they say they will do is what they will do. No matter who say what, who don't say what happens, they just say they will do it. But there are other things involved. Stand up. The Supreme Court has ruled. And the Supreme Court's ruling has gone all over. Now, I said this the last time, and I will say it again, and it will come to pass. The House of Representatives is not the sole power of the Liberian government. The legislature itself has two branches in the legislature: the Senate and the House of Representatives. Anything leaves the House of Representatives goes to the Senate. The Senate got the Supreme Court's ruling. The Supreme Court said everything done outside of the confines of this and this is illegal. The Senate heard that. Will the Senate take something from the illegal body according to the Supreme Court to act upon it? I can bet my neck, no, they will not do that. The executive also, the executive has somebody they call the Minister of Justice, who has a lot of attachment with the Supreme Court. Even his license to practice law can be revoked by the Supreme Court. He is on a mandate to ensure that the Supreme Court's ruling will always be respected by the Supreme Court. He is there. Will the president sign any bill or law or anything that comes from a body that the Supreme Court renders illegal when the Minister of Justice has all of his right to practice law in Liberia connected to the Supreme Court? He will not do that. So our law is in such a way that all of these branches are interconnected. One can check the other. Fambula can leave the hotel and go there and say having session. That's fine. He can call anybody and say he's doing budget. That's fine. If Fambula finish with the budget now, will he go to Central Bank to take money? And he need to send it to another place, the Senate? Don't you think the Senate too, they are wise? Will they take Fambula's budget that they know the Supreme Court render illegal to act upon it? No. Will the president sign any budget coming from Fambula? No. So the guys can keep on disrespecting the country, the laws, that's fine. My only ending though is to our CNC lawmakers. You have tried. Now the law is the law. You have listened to the Supreme Court. What much more will you do to stop this embarrassment against your party? What much more will you do? Think about it. How long will this continue? How long? Think about what I've said. After all of your actions, you are not the sole authority. It goes to someone else. What will these other people do? Will you force them? Are you Daniel? Are you King Kong? I think it's about time you guys return. No one will tell you not to remove speaker, but you need 49 votes to remove speaker. And Stanton, please, I heard a lot of people keep talking about, you can't force us to sit on the keeper. Doing the Liberians people work is not optional. It is not because you don't want to sit, so you will not sit. So when these guys ready one day, they will say, we'll not go to work for 2 years. Nobody can force us because you can't force us to go to work. No, it is not optional. It is mandatory to do the people's work. You want to sit on a speaker? You don't want to sit on a speaker? That's your option. But the reality is that you must sit to where the law says you sit. It is not your option. That, we do vote of no confidence, so we go on. But I think at the end of the day, the guys can keep being in there, say what they're doing. Their powers will be checked. They are not so authoritative. They are not King Kong. It is not only once they speak, then everybody speak in Liberia. No, it's left with them now to take shame off their face, come back after getting a political and legal bloody nose, and start being a coward.
Thank you, Isaac. We're going to leave you right there. Thank you a lot. Let me go ahead and bring in Fandela Patrick. Our fumbler will hold you for last, please. We're closing the show now. VP?
Thank you very much, CEO, for giving Liberians, both home and abroad, the opportunity to be locked down. I'm very impressed about this innovative mindset you brought to consistently control the airways since 2020. I stand to be corrected. And today's discussion was a good one. I must confess, when Councillor Serena Sivos came here and he spoke in such a manner, I nearly disappeared. I don't have my feelings. I was very disappointed. But I think we regained hope. I think he was inspired. He came here to dilute the conversation, to give hope to the majority bloc, people like Honorable Famule, my dear friend, who was defeated today, face down in a court. I saw them smile, but tonight I see that it's not going well. But again, we want to use this platform. Again, the Supreme Court has ruled, has made it very clear that your actions are illegal because if you operate outside the confines of your constituted authority, it means you overstep your bounds. Except you tell me tonight that you will disrespect the decision of the Supreme Court. If you choose to do that, Liberians will hold you accountable, and there are ramifications and there are consequences, because this Supreme Court is on record for making decisions against the poor people. Some of them are languishing behind bars of the Monrovia Central Prison. And when they see Supreme Court say your actions are also illegal, you try to challenge the authority of the court, then of course you have to rethink. I want to use this time also to say the speaker needs to reach out now. It is clear that Article 33 was disrespected. Article 49 was disrespected. We argue this from day one. You can go and have your quorum, but that quorum should be legitimized by a certain speaker. And the ruling clarified that the setting and your action were not in conformity with Article 33 and Article 49 of the Liberian Constitution. This is clear. We love all of you. And I want you guys, in the best interest of the country, to sit tonight and reflect. We cannot continue to be, resistant to change. We must accept the fact that the Supreme Court had made a decision. You can go back to your lawyer and ask, what does this mean to us? I am sure your lawyer will tell you that the action you took to remove the speaker was illegal. You went beyond your jurisdictional boundaries. And once you go beyond your boundary to make a decision, it means you are wrong. It's like the court tells the police, you went beyond your boundaries to do XYZ. In other words, they say, policeman, you're not supposed to do so. So again, I want to say thank you to all of us, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mandela Patrick. Thanks a lot. Clinton?
Look, we've said this thing from the very onset of the entire proceeding at the House of Representatives that the majority bloc, as they call themselves, were acting out of order. Today, the Supreme Court affirmed the authority of the Speaker of the Supreme Court when Representative Fode Formula said the court did not say our action, our sitting is illegal. I don't know if he went ahead and read it in those particular sentences, but when the court says that when you sit outside of your speaker, you're not, you're acting outside with our authority. When you take actions to remove your speaker or suspend members without the speaker presiding, you are acting outside of your bounds. So in so many words, the Supreme Court have said that the actions of the majority is illegal. Joseph Spring, Speaker's co-filed an authority, today. So the way forward is to now, and Speaker Kofa have already said this. I read, Facebook post earlier today where he says it's time to reach across the aisle, and I strongly believe it is time to reach across, given this decision. The executive also has a role to play now that you have a Supreme Court ruling. They have to follow the laws, so they have to deal with the legitimate speaker. The onus is on all eyes. The Liberian people will be watching the president and his government to see where and how they proceed given the Supreme Court's ruling. And I think the representatives who are on the other side, they should now have respect for the law. You can't say, well, because the Supreme Court say it cannot compel us to sit. No, but you have to think about the reason why civilized societies work is not because people gotta stick to people's head. The reason why when I go outside and go throw deck on the floor is because I have a sense of citizenship, right? So you have to have a sense of respect for the rule of law enough to know that you have a Supreme Court that have ruled, and it's time for you to pack your bags and join forces with your colleagues. Look, Senator McGill said it right. You have the numbers. I don't understand why it's the fear of coming under the speaker. When you have the numbers, you claiming that you have this number to remove the speaker. It should be easier to just have the speaker sit and removing, in accordance with the processes as you have. Why are you bypassing or taking all the little corner when you can just have the man sit down and just removing? But again, I think the speaker should reach across. You asked an important question, Stanton, why having the speaker walk across the room. And I think the answer is simple. If the speaker had done that before this ruling, it would have legitimized the actions of the guys from the other side. Now that you have a ruling from the Supreme Court that says whether you sit in the minority or the majority, the speaker is your presiding, I would love to see the speaker as part of his effort just walk across this room, because the Supreme Court said, well, I don't know if Fode Formula is speaking, but the Supreme Court said if you're sitting in minority or majority, the speaker is a presiding. So I would love to see that too. I would love to see him reach across. But there's the legal victory is over. It's going to come to a lot of politics, and to speak to the CDC as a party as well. They have a role to play. They have representatives who are on the other side. I'd like to see a lot more reaching out from the Senate Bureau of the CDC as well. It's time for political pressure, because everything we've seen from the majority bloc is they've shown time and time again that even with the legal victory, they are going to drag it in politically. So to counter that, you're gonna need a lot of political action as well. So the Liberian people themselves have to wake up and stand up to the representative and say, you have to abide by the laws of the court. So on that note, I would say good night, guys. I gotta run.
Thank you very much, my brother. It's good having you. Thanks a lot, Clinton. See you tomorrow. With don't forget, we have Augustin Quay Gafwan coming on, and that will be another big program tomorrow, folks. Let me bring in Anderson Che. Give us your closing, sir.
What I would like to say here is that let me start by telling the Liberian people, the man in Councilor Jonathan Fonante Kofa is a very good man. So it will not be a strange thing for him. He will not be learning that. He already knows it. He will reach out to those people on the other side. It is very clear, and like Kamode said, the Supreme Court cannot put it in the context that Representative Fode wants them to put it in. It is very clear that the speaker is a speaker. He will reach out to a colleague and ensure that most of them will come on board. What's going to happen now? Most people are maybe out of the shame. They don't want to be the one coming. So once you go for them, there's a huge possibility that they will come on board. I'm sure the speaker are going to do that. And to the Liberian people, there's a very disservice from our lawmakers. In particular, they were elected to do the Liberian people work. For months now, there's nothing been going on. And it is not a good thing. Hospitals don't have drug. People, prices going up. You can't have the legislature fighting a battle that has no reason to fight. If you want to remove the speaker, for example, if you think you want to remove him, there are rules in your book. Go there and sit there and go through the process. There's a reason why the Supreme Court or the law says due process. So it does not be an arbitrary stuff that somebody just sit in somewhere and say, oh, we don't like this man, then that's it. No, you have to accord the man due process. Once he didn't do that, it is illegal. So go back to the House of Representatives, sit under the speaker, and let the Liberian people work. And I sure Speaker Kofod will do the right thing to reach out to the people. Then lastly, from our citizen lawmakers, we already started making a conversation. We will continue to talk to them, call them, and let them know that it is over. We can come together as one and ensure that Liberia, is the bigger picture. Because right now, it is not about who winning, who losing, because it was not, the speaker didn't go into anything to lose. He was already a speaker. You were trying to make him look illegitimate. The Supreme Court just, brought you back to earth. So what we need to do now is to rally around the speaker and continue to do the Liberian people work. Because to be frank, the Liberian people are actually suffering. So on the way, I would like to say thank you to everybody on the show and the Liberian people, and good night to all of you.
Good night very much, my friend. Thank you very much, Anderson, for joining us. You're always welcome. Thanks. I think Jerome closed, right? Not yet. I don't think Jerome should close either.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Look, let me just say this. I have to say this. Same formula is here. Let him hear it. And when you go to bed, let him think about it. The reason why Liberian people always worried about people who are broke and greedy, this is the reason why it is happening. People go to section, people are elected in section who do not have money for themselves. They take money to go take action that they could easily take without taking money. And that's the thing that pull the people, the family, then they come on this kind of stage and can't talk about. They won't say we are illegal. We go do that and go and bring people to come stand before us. This is a disgrace to you people. You didn't go remove your speaker because you have issues. You want to remove your speaker because they bribe you with money. And that's why you shouldn't be broke to go in that place. You should look for your own money. You shouldn't be taking bribe from government. That's why we want you people to be responsible. If you live here, you violate the law, the Supreme Court also cannot do anything. The president will enforce that law. They will enforce that law. I'm so happy that this thing did not succeed, because if it has succeeded, it becomes law in Liberia that any group of people can put together and take an action that they can remove anybody. It could even be the president. For the three people can come together and say, we write a resolution or article of impeachment, and the president will be impeached without getting the authorization from the presiding. This is the best decision we ever had. And I think the Supreme Court bench, I thought they were going to be rubber stamp and be afraid to rule in favor of the bloc. Those people, they are wobbling. My senator from Grand Jay, my representative, all three of them, greedy people, broke, greedy people, go in the house to go and take $15,000 to do something that they could do without taking bribe. You people should be ashamed of yourself. And you come on international platform and can't boast about your failures. Go tonight and tell your wife and your children, with blunder, I'm going to Kofa. That will give you a better name than for you to stay there and think about your brokenness and your greediness and still stay in a majority group. Thank you very much.
So Stand-Up, can I respond why he stay on the show?
But he will be, we're not taking him out.
I'll talk my own. Man.
Uncle Sam, go ahead, sir.
Okay, my dear fellow Liberians, thank you for listening to us regularly. We have a country, and our country is has a lot of hurdles. Hurdles mean we got plenty of things that are stopping us from being the kind of country we really want to be. And one of those things is dishonesty. dishonesty. When people look at black and they call it white, when people decide to do things that are not that have no legal basis, they do it because they believe that they can speak good English and they can mesmerize. Mesmerize means to say something for people to just believe you. And that's what's happening today in Liberia, where the Supreme Court ruled, it was very clear that the actions and the settings of they didn't even recognize the majority as, they said they are absent lawmakers. That's what they call them, absent lawmakers. Where ultra-viral mean that they don't have the power and it's not legal. And for people to come and be seen to the Liberian people that they won, they're going to be doing budget on Monday to confuse this whole thing. I see why the war lasted for 14 years. It lasted for 14 years because people that just come and fool a whole bunch of people, because most of the people in the country here, they didn't have the privilege to go to school, to learn, and so they just fooled them. And it is the broke people that always cause all the trouble in the country. The broke people. And the broke people now start again. They want speaker, but they won't go through the right process to move the speaker. They won't move the speaker by glan. That's exactly what they're doing. And guess what? They will ignore the ruling of the Supreme Court. And guess what? They will get the executive to go along with them. And that was a set of precedent where it will backfire on them. I may not be alive to see it, but it will happen one day where a group of people will just be get together and say, we elect this pro tem, we elect this speaker, and they will do the same thing. So I hope that Liberian people, we can push these people to respect the rule of law and respect the ruling of the Supreme Court, so that we can live in a normal country. Country of rule of law is a normal country where if I'm aggrieved, I can take you to court and I can get redress. And that's my position. I think we're honorable for the family. I would nice to talk to you. I don't have anything against you. I think you're decent.
Why are you asking me that terracotta?
I'm throwing an olive branch to it's a young man. I have terracotta name. So I'm basically Billy, we can meet. He say he doesn't drink, but we can
terracotta.
No, it doesn't have to be terracotta. We can go to we can go to Joe Bar.
Lababido.
It doesn't matter. We can go to Mary Shop. Doesn't matter.
Okay, let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, take us home. Then we'll go to the Honorable Family to close the show.
I'd like to just state that I'm very happy today that many of you came to speak up for your country. I want to say special thanks to the panelists here, all of you that showed up. Your showing up suggests to me how much you love Liberia and you want to see a better Liberia. Sitting here for all these hours trying to decipher issues relating to our country is really means a lot to me. I want to just say kudos to the justices today. I want to say kudos to Justice Yo, Justice Willie, Justice Johnson, Justice Bissey, and Kaba. And I also want to say a special attention to the 3 women that dominated the Supreme Court today. I really enjoyed your ruling. I enjoyed your wording of the ruling, although wasn't as some people would have loved to say this one and that and B1, A1 and all of that stuff. You wrote as a ruling should be. So I also want to say that you also exemplified our democracy, our fragile democracy. You sort of exemplify what it means. You strengthen it as well. You respected the rule of law. This was about the rule of law that will probably perpetuate for generations to come. People will be citing your case when we have a country where people can just want to get together and form a group to usurp power, to overrule or overtake power without correct backing. So I think they will remember you very nicely. I want to speak specifically to Serena Sifa. I kind of just left when he came on for other reasons. But Mr. Cephas, I think you need to review your ethical obligations a little bit. If you had disagreement with anyone on the case and then you come out and publicly talk about the case, I think there's some ethical concerns. You know, in any part of the world, definitely it doesn't speak highly of you. I think that you should not be commenting on a case that you had disagreement with a party on a case. I think that's hypocritical. I think it's wrong. As to the question as where do we go from here? What do we do? How to move forward? I would say that Fanati Kofa has the right to resign or not to resign. That is his choice. But one thing I will say that he stood by the rule of law. He did not allow anyone to force him to resign, as we have seen, because what that did was it made some people, anti-rule of law individuals, feel like, oh, that's the norm of our country, and that is not the norm. They made him think that they don't have to go by the rule of law. So, Fanati, although I don't know you, and this issue is not about you at all for me, it was about democracy and the rule of law. Thank you for standing up and standing your ground and standing up for the rule of law. Liberian people, I want you to pay keen attention to these anti-rule of law lawmakers, in quotation, lawmakers. You are the one who put them there. Look at how they held our country hostage. They didn't do anything, okay? For months, they held us hostage. They were going back and forth. Some of them decided that they were going to break their own rule in the house that they took an oath to abide by. So I want you to send a message to them. And the message is you should not elect them because they are not working in the interest of you at all. They are working for their interest. Their interest is, oh, I can't sit underneath the gavel of somebody. You there to do your job. Now go to work. If I don't like my director, my principal, my president of the university, that's none of my business. I'm there to do a job. I don't have to even like the students in my class or my clients. Clients come to me, I don't have to like them, but I have to do my job, which is to be a professor or a psychologist. Okay, and that's what matters, is to do it well as well. So tomorrow they can say she did her job well, despite the fact that maybe she didn't like whoever she was serving. And that's what you are there for. The executive branch, my message to you, and there's a big if, there's rumors going around that you have your hand into this whole thing here. You are stirring the pot, okay? The fact that you even allow some of your members to go to hearing to the anti-rule of law location, that tells us something. If your hand is in this, remove your hand and lead. Remove your hand and lead. Lead in a way that Liberian people will respect you and that you'll be able to leave a legacy. The legacy of you applying rule of law, not the legacy of being hypocritical and doing backdoor work like my friend Stanton can say, you're doing jade work. We don't want that. We don't want no jade work there. So I want to just tell you guys, thank you for the night. And it was a great show.
Thank you very much. Dr. Richardson. Thanks to everyone. We're going to give Honorable Fode Family the last word. Before we do that, let me just announce our program for tomorrow. Don't forget, we have the Honorable Augustine Gafwan. He's coming on the show tomorrow. He will be our guest for tomorrow, the Finance Minister Augustine Gafwan. We want you to please join the program. It will be a very, very interesting one, folks. It will be something that you don't want to miss. Again, we ask the bread and butter question, not only words, but action. And we want to squeeze Augustine Gafwan tomorrow. We want to welcome all of you. I also like to say to all of our many folks that joined us today, thanks to every one of you. It was a great show from this morning. Thanks to the Spoon Network staff. Thanks to everyone. We will watch the show. For me, I'll say to Honorable Speaker Fanati Kofa, Again, the decision is yours, whether you want to resign, whether you want to hang on, whatever the case may be. I wish you guys speed, and for the sake of our country, let's do the people's job. I want to say to the majority Black, continue to fight if you choose to fight. If you choose to join Funati, it's up to you, but just remember, above all, the people. The work of the people is not happening, folks. And we hope we can consider the Liberian people to move on and build a better country. As we think Liberia, love Liberia, and build a new Liberia in this our generation. May God bless us all. And today I give you the last word, Honorable Fode E. Family. You are muted, sir.
I sat back and listened to all of the panelists respond to you. So I will wish that you can just allow me to respond to them individually. I will start with Mr. Gibson.
So we get time for that. We'll leave.
We have to listen to it. Go ahead, Fode.
Mr. Gibson.
I'm here listening. I could come back. Don't forget.
The first thing is that I think it's out of error when an elder who should have well-meaning judgment go below the belt and say some of the things you said. It's out of order. It's unfortunate that you should be an elder, but when you put yourself into a position as if you are a field elder who lacks basic judgment that put the society on the right path, it's difficult to be able to understand as to where you are heading. I say this to say, Mr. Gibson, you say people who go to the house are broke. I think you are in error. If the records are there, I will be very specific to me as an individual. I can say for the record, as of your age and my age in terms of qualification, you are not more qualified than me. You are not more educated than me. I'm experienced in terms of wealth. Personally, they ask people, sometimes if you don't know people, it's better you ask. It's not when people come to intellectualize issue, you bring wealth. Personally, I believe you are not equaling anything in terms of wealth and far beyond what you have. So you need to understand the people you're talking about who are broke.
Let count our investment.
No, hey, Mr. Gibson, you need to listen.
Mr. Gibson, he was quiet when you were speaking. We asked you, please give him the chance to speak. Thank you very much. Honorable Famula, please go ahead.
I'm trying to lay the basic individually to be able to tell him that in terms of qualification, he's not someone who can tell me, say, educated equal to me or more than me. As of his age, he's older than me, he's not educated equal to me or more than me, or even experienced than me. Second, in terms of wealth, he needs to ask people whether Fode is a broke young man. How was Fode when he became elected? He didn't go to the issue. I want to engage him before I go to the issue.
Fode is 7, right now it's 12:26 in Liberia. The guys got to
I'm closing the show. I ask you to allow me to engage them one-on-one.
I'm asking you, let's get back to the issue because the producer.
Okay, so let me land on the Gibson issue. I think Mr. Gibson is just one of the few elders who don't know people. He thinks that the Liberia we are talking about is the Liberia he grew up in, that they have less interest in making themselves to be professional and working for their own money. This is not a Liberia now. This Liberia is the Liberia that you have young people that who can boast of their personal wealth and not being broke going to the house. The people who will go to Morovia, to the United States like you, who will not do professional work, haul cartoon and come here and say that goods being placed on the street. So let us face the issue and being very intellectual. The second issue that you didn't speak to was that the issue about has always been the decision and positions of the majority. The majority has already been very clear. They have established a quorum to what the ball from Clinton You know, say, oh, the guys have won. No, the majority won this matter based on the fact that the speaker sick. He took a flight to the Supreme Court. He asked for specific things, and the court declined to rule in his favor. The court said, where there is a quorum and the speaker is absent, the deputy speaker can preside. Read that phrase of the ruling. It's spelled out. Where the speaker is absent. We have always said where the quorum has been established, the speaker has been absent. And based on that, the deputy speaker legitimately was placed in a position to preside. Moreover, to some of our young colleagues who are friends who are on the platform here. It is not because we are willing to sit here and talk with you, meaning we understand the issue the same. No, we have experience, and sometimes it is better you listen and listen very well. To my big sister, I agreed. I believe politically to understand the context of Liberian campaigning and process is something that you need time to understand it. Because most often in simple issue, Liberian people, you're listening, the people that are not doing well, vote them out. Peace Center, you said it here, and Kumi got 1%. No one, you said it here, up and down the ballot for years. Kumi got 1%. It's not something that we're not surprised. That voice of yours is more intellectual in the classroom. Sister Francia that you are talking to. That voice of yours, if you're in a classroom imparting knowledge to those children, is more respected politically. The people believe you do not speak their interest. You said that you propounded that idea for months for Kumis, and Kumi is a clear example of people not listening to you. We have said this time with our number, even with our analysis, you laid the analysis from Lofa to Broad Street. Kumi got 1%. You still not willing to understand that even you take it to Kepama, you not get more than 2%. You need to understand things based on how we who are on the ground seeing it, not on the basis of how you see it. Sometimes you just see it wrong, and you should understand this. Sometimes where I said if we are standing opposite each other, when I write 6, you might see it to be 9, and when you write 6, I might see it to be 9. So it's not that you're wrong, but you just don't understand the context of what we're discussing.
To do with Cummings and Dr. Richardson.
No, because it is the same that Francia who say vote them out. So I just tell you, people can listen to her in the country for voting Benin. They don't focus on the issue. And the same that Francia, she said Kumi will win, Kumi is this, Kumi is that, but you got 1% for over 2 years. Who can believe in a strategist who will give you 1% in a major election? It's important that we should even be discussing. The last time I served as a consultant,
I stick to the issue.
I will come to the issue one that's only will go going after you put 1-1. I said this is a failed error. I didn't say you failed.
Is this how the people understand you in Monrovia?
This sister, let me finish talking. That the thing that make Kumi got 1% the way you are talking.
Yes,
let me finish talking. I agree, you big sister. I will not be saying one at all.
You know, let's please don't even go there with me because you're not making
Let me end now. Let me go to the other people because I'm going for Clinton. I'm going for Acedo.
Oh, you'll be here all day because I have to go.
Oh, but you said you're clocking up.
Honorable Porter, we gotta go though.
So let me land on this note. Today was a very great day for us. Hey, be sister.
Small brother, you
know
what?
No, that
they could me 1% because you don't want to bring 14 Benin up.
Understood the.
Because I believe politically you should not bring anything that has to do with voting. No candidate that get 1%. You will not be a candidate who has seen ticket. Let me learn this stuff.
Yeah, but Dr. Richardson winner. Dr. Richardson winner. Dr. Richardson was smaller. Dr. Richardson, I beg you, was small. Dr. Richardson winner. Wait, Dr. Wait. My man, I beg you, when you're on the show, you want us to have peace.
When they're talking that thing, I can be very patient and listen.
But wait, small. Dr. Richardson wait. Dr. Richardson wait. My man, put it. Dr.
That's
Richardson.
not big. You don't go there. I know where you going. Don't go there.
No, Dr. Richardson, wait. Dr. Richardson, wait. Oh, I beg you, put it. Put it. For Dr. Richardson, I beg you.
I'm going to say something. No,
Dr. Richardson, you have to go ahead. You gotta wait.
Not knowing that you come to talk foolishness about Mr.
All right, Dr. Richardson, wait. Dr. Richardson, that's enough, please. I beg you. I beg you, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, let it be so. No, Dr. Richardson, let it be so. No, that's okay. You cannot hijack. Dr. Richardson, I will have to put you in the back, please. Please do not hijack the show. I will have to put you in the bag. I beg you, please. I beg you. I beg you. All right. I beg you, honorable. I beg you. You can have.
So let me learn that because you know I can listen to them.
Wait 1 minute. You can have all the time you want to have, but please do not mention Mr. Corbin 1%. Please do not mention Mr. Corbin 1%. At least keep him to that 7% from 2017.
I'm not stubborn to not call us rebel.
No.
I never stubborn to not call us rebel because even if when I say it, you can say you insist.
My man, but do not mention Mr. Corbin 1%.
No, we're not qualified as to how to refer to the fights. Sometimes some of the things you say are different with him.
I agree, my man. But you know what? Let me say this to you. You cannot mention Mr. Corbin's 1%. Please.
But you're one of the leading advocates. That your family member, stand up. That your family member. You want to talk your family business?
That is very interesting. I don't even know what's going on with you. I gotta wonder.
They feed it. You want to get your family issue? My big sister, when it comes to political process, she gets cut off.
Go study and talk to the people that prepped up. What you saying and not adding up for me.
Okay, all right, that one not making sense, but let me make sense to you.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
So, old man Gibson, everyone know the old man is a failed old man. He want to list a property with a young man who he could born, but it's just unfortunate that he's not educated than a young man.
You go back to Gibson again, my man.
So I believe Gibson, before you leave the show,
ain't going to give me 1 million, eh? Ain't going to give me 1 million.
No, I listen to no one coming by again. Ending the show. Ending the show. My man, that thing, I better remember I go among cool people. That thing I can do. I used to, now you're that thing I can be doing a phone. I go among cool people in Basatan. That thing was Saint Jazzy. You see, Saint Jazzy extended all the brand because you know I wanted to come back, but I'm an old man. Just for that other brand, we accept it today in good faith. But you, Mr. Gibson, you think you're someone who can compare yourself with some of us? I got a young people in the house. Let us go to the real issue.
Let's go to the real issue.
The real issue, you come and sit on the platform. You see people that Prince Konya, double master's degree, work at the area as a professional accountant, auditor. Then you can't say that you broke people, you get anything more than some of us. Let's go to the issue of Fonati removal.
Yeah.
The issue of Fonati removal. We consider Fonati as a former speaker, and I think beginning Monday, you'll see us continuing our business in context of having quorum and the guys that will come back to work. We are not absent, we are in section, and it is not the limited reality or opinion of people that gives in that woman and not do it like brand people business. What we believe is that the Supreme Court has ruled, and that ruling is in conformity with what we expected. It's in terms of our expectation. That's what we expected, because we told the Supreme Court, hey, leave this thing here. This thing is an internal matter. We have already removed COFA in terms of due process. You heard the Supreme Court say anything about due process? You heard them referencing anything? The issue of our setting was the issue that they tried to discuss. They said 33 says where the speaker is absent, the deputy speaker is the only person who should preside. They believe in that quorum, and that person who should preside is the deputy speaker. And the deputy speaker presided over that session. The deputy speaker called for an election. The election was held. Fonati, there was an election, and Kun won the election. What we need to accept now is how we move forward with reconciliation. That is how leaders speak. We are going to reach out to our colleague. Today, I saw that post showing most of them. We make fun. They will come to section. They will come and work with Honorable Kun. It's just a mistake that they have been running up and down, running from cold. But I think the law now is the law. It's not a party propagandist position that you take when you're facing the Supreme Court. You cannot come and explain for the Supreme Court at this level. The Supreme Court has said what they believe is the law. The law says the quorum is the quorum. And let me lay on the note.
Okay, now, okay. Just
Sit
go.
down. If there was no quorum, I said, though, please listen. When you're talking here, I can listen to you. But they tell you the platform at your platform.
Yeah, go, my man.
Go now. Okay, go to.
I said, let me finish. I beg you.
The platform. You are now on your own radio station before you can't talk about you. Oh, I say, let me learn, man. Start and tell I say.
Yeah, you come with that.
But I say you. It's not been stable.
My man,
I'll wait when you finish this.
Start hijacking the show. I said, let the man finish.
Keep talking about rubbish.
Let the man finish, my man.
Yeah, you are saying all the things that was also rubbish. Then you can't tell me that.
I say you gotta stop, please. Let the man finish.
I think you're not civilized.
Let the man finish. Don't do this.
I think you're not civilized. Hey, you're a professional. You want to listen.
Honorable family, let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Whenever you are talking, right, to our sister, Dr. Richardson, and I want to get the attention of Kissinger. Please don't make mention of this number. Okay.
The 1%?
I beg you. No, it's not 1%.
1.6%.
Yes, it's 1.6%. I
Oh,
said
1.6%.
1.61.
So why you want for me to run it out of 2%?
No, you got to keep it at 1.61%. You cannot.
Okay, after spending 2 years condemning Boakai and Joe Weir, she could not use it again 5%. You think I'll be afraid to tell my sister, I have a family member?
Oh man, that 1.61%. Don't do that. You know math. Don't do that. Is that how you ever do the budget? They may get 1.61%. Then you say they may get 1%. That's a big number.
So Stanton, let me just tell you this. I think Liberia has won, and we are trying to extend all the branch. Like Grill said, if our Speaker Kofa, former Speaker Kofa, just won the team, he know what they call politics. He know he can do that. You know, when you can, you sit as a regular representative. And by Monday, you'll see us working that old bank that Gray having to the horse. We finish breaking that bank. We're using different book. He used that bank 2016 to take out Tyler. And we're not using that book. Oh, it expired. So please stop broke that bank and put him out of the bank and become the manager of that bank. Then he can't every day put in the bank. Let us talk on this serious now.
It's always good to have you.
Thank you again. Tomorrow we look forward to a fruitful conversation. I said, though you come by here, you say anything, I'll come by on this show. This show here, you are not on your own radio station before.
Baba, you talk too much.
I'm waiting for you. Other ongoing, you good time. I'm waiting for you. That you talking, Rob?
Okay. On this note, I'll remove Isaac and I'll remove Honorable Ford and Fabula. Let's go ahead. It's always good having Honorable Fabula on the show, though. Gizzy, it's always good having you, Chief. Where have you been? It's good that you begged to come back. I saw you on your knee begging.
Yeah, so, my man, I got to beg. My man, that traffic I'll play. I don't care what you do. I'll get done. All of that, all the programs, they come and join all over the place. I will beg. I was able to bring it back.
I want to ask you a question. Your political leader and his family, the Gongo family, are they running for the senatorial seat that is vacant now in the
Yeah, I'm hearing the sister is running.
Edith is running?
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
Don't you think Terwell will make a good candidate?
Terwell will be president.
Okay, so he doesn't want to run for that seat.
Yeah, we don't want to advise him to go there.
He can still run to be president, though. I mean,
no, you're right. You know, somebody is floating that idea, but his sister expressed the interest here. His sister cannot have entangling interest, so let his sister go. She used to Nima politics more, so she stands a better chance to replace Senator Johnson.
They want him third in Nima for the presidential, right?
I'm sorry?
Did he come third in Nima for the presidential?
Yes, I think he came third.
Exactly. So comparing that, when he came third, and when Edith was running, the numbers and Terwell numbers is a big difference. Why do you think that you allow Edith to run instead of Terwell?
Well, I haven't made that decision, but if your sister expressed the intention and she been there before, She tried before, so this could be the last time she tried, maybe, and then the big brother can tell. But the thing is, we are looking at different options for Councillor Gongo right now. We are looking for political collaborations. A group of political parties will come together. Councillor Gongo will be at the top of the ticket. The only problem Councillor Gongo will have is
she run out of CDC. I said, not that I'm meeting you intentionally. You get a feedback when you're ready to speak. You can unmute yourself. I beg you, sir. Okay. It's just that the feedback coming in. When you're ready to speak, you get unmute. Let me ask my question, and we'll bring Asa in. Is she running on CDC ticket, or she running as an independent?
The last time, no. I'm not part of the campaign team, but I will get our information back to you, even by text or whatever, and then you will know. But I will definitely get back to you. I don't know if she's running on CDC.
Do you think she can win?
Yeah, I think she stands a better chance. It's going to be a very tough battle because I know Samuel Coker, who is the nephew of Prince Johnson, is running.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that Yan want to go back in there and run. And
how can Yan go back in there because why? He's serving the rest of Jeremiah Kuhn's term?
Well, yeah, but he can go and be his own man. Because
what you mean? He said, I mean, that seat will be open again 2029, correct?
It's going to be open in 2029.
It will be open 2034. So, but I don't think Yan get up to 2029. Why he want to create a problem? Then they will have another election again after he wins. Is that?
Well, I'm not sure about Yan, but I'm sure Samuel Coker. Samuel Coker already.
Yeah,
they have, and now that too. I forgot the labor minister. The labor minister has.
So it's not Yan. You talk about Cooper Cry.
Cooper Cry also has an exploratory team right now. That is in Nema. Samuel Coker has an exploratory team right now in Nema. That's the two people that I'm really sure of, including Edith.
So you made a mistake when you said Yan Twine.
No, I mean Yan Twine. Somebody told me who close to Yan Twine that he thinking of going for Prince Johnson's seat. You know, but if he's going to stay until 2029 and he go. No, not 1 year. He got additional 8 years. So
Yeah.
that's an advantage. So then when he vacate that position, that seat, he get 8 years more. And then
Yeah, but I don't think it makes any sense for him to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not politically.
But I don't think that's a possibility. How you look at because of I say after this you can please come in. Because of the late senator death now, you think this gave chances to CDC even more the chances for them?
I think CDC is going to take a larger route in Nema, and the reason is very simple. Right now, there is no kingmaker in Nema. The Jeremiah Kuhn that everybody was looking at, recent events show that Jeremiah Kuhn will be losing a lot of people in Nema County. There are a lot of complaints about his actions, attending the party, the presidential birthday party, while his godfather body is in the mortuary, and all of these things put together. He might not be the kingmaker that he think he wants to make. So there will be
folks are saying he's the only person they're looking on right now because he's you got to understand Jeremiah Kuhn is not just a senator now. He one step to the presidency, and that gave him more. And the people of Nimba, the majority group in Nimba, say, you know what? This is Nimba Kwado. If we miss Jeremiah Kuhn, that chances we have to now bring up somebody from way down the line, and that the opportunity will be losing.
But still, let me ask you a question. What if Jeremiah Kuhn were to be in the election today? What could be, and I think Isaac can comment to that. What would be the political pathway to win, apart from having the largest vote in Nema? There's no pathway.
No, but you asked the question. You asked the question you want to answer.
If he and Josh we are going in the race today,
it's a couple of connection here, but I will let Isaac do to speak on it first. Then I will go second. You asked a good question, Isaac. Isaac, you get on mute, please.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
No, I say I'm asking if Jeremiah Kuhn claims that he has a pathway. What is the pathway to win apart from getting the maybe more vote in Nema than anybody else? How can he win the Southeast if Joshua is in the race? How is he able to win the Southeast? How is he able to actually gather that support everywhere else? I mean, how do you think he can?
When I ask you come in and you allow me to answer too, Then you're coming, Isaac. We're not hearing you, sir.
You hear me?
Yes, you're good now. You're good.
Yeah, I personally don't believe that Mr. Kuhn has reached that level yet to be one of the fearful persons when it comes to the presidency. I know time to come in the future, he may get into the race. That's his right to do. We wish him success. Like he asks, I will be asking the same questions. If I close my eyes and open it and then look around Liberia, I see him in Nimba. Well, he could get more of the vote than anyone, not super majority as Prince Johnson who do. Maybe he will get 50%, 55, somebody else will get 40, just like that. I'm not sure what other county he will win as of now. I don't know. Is he going to win Buchanan or Grand Bassa? Is he going to win McGivey? Is he going to win Maryland, Grand Crew, Monserrato? I don't know. Maybe he has his own political calculation, different from what all of us may be seeing. But again, 2029 will sing his own song. I think there are people we are looking at, us from the opposition, and we are very certain that we will go into the race with a very united opposition front because we know what is going on in the country. We wouldn't want that. But the senatorial by-election in Nimba that is coming, I know the CDC has not made any decision yet. There has been suggestion here and there, a couple of names ranking around, but the CDC has not decided as to if it will field the candidate itself or it will support someone else or it will back nothing yet. But we're still looking at the political. The first thing is we want to give the chance to the Senate to mourn the death of PYJ in respect to the people of Nimba. Unfortunately, I know we have our friends from the Unity Party, many all now talking about who's going to succeed, who will be senator for us. We don't want to get ahead of that. It is the time of sorrow and mourning now. We want to give that a chance. Right after everything is done, we get into the political race and we'll determine on who goes. Of course, it will be by the person, and we know that our candidate will win. But until that time comes, for now, we are respecting the passing of the godfather of Nimba. We are with the family in sorrow, in grief, and we are also mourning with them. So for that, we want to leave it as it is now.
I actually do, and thank you very much. But we are, deeply sorry for what happened, and I wish the family well. But I mean, we got to talk about the politics in this, and we know that though you are saying CDC is deeply concerned, but CDC having conversation as to who will succeed Prince Johnson. CDC is just not sitting there. But let me say this to you, Honorable Gaston Jerry from Grand Judah County. My dear friend and brother, I think the way forward for Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn right now is through the working of President Joseph Yema Boakai. Make no mistake. If President Boakai fails, it will be hard for Jeremiah Kuhn to preach the message of redemption. Everything that you are seeing right now, in every way, the pathway to a victory for Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn 2029, it will be through Joseph Yema Boakai. If Joseph Yema Boakai said, I am not running, and he put Jeremiah Kuhn in his long life, strength, and everything, and Jeremiah Kuhn said, you know what, I'm going to pick a good running mate, it will also help. Now we got so many stuff right now. We are talking about what is happening in this government, the bread and butter of the issue. That's why Jeremiah Kuhn got to be forceful. We know who Josh Barnawea is, right? We tested him before for 6 years. We know the trouble he came with. We know those that were placed on sanction. We know the story about massive corruption. We know that Josh Barnawea, it should be all about him, Josh Barnawea. But Jeremiah Kuhn cannot come up with that Joseph Boakai's story that I was a parked car. The people will not buy that this time around because it was Joseph Boakai's message. I didn't do X, Y, and Z because my Ellen kept me in the garage and parked me. Now we got a young, vibrant, vice president. He cannot give us that story. Now you can say Jeremiah Kuhn he came by way of the House of Representatives, the Senate. He got track record. He got history. Without helping, people can dig into this Jeremiah Kuhn and find some error. But if Joseph Yema Boakai, this government, along with Jeremiah Kuhn, work on the education sector, work on the roads, work on the healthcare system, work on the electricity, the infrastructure, and everything else, Jeremiah Kuhn will say, you know what, we did it before, and give me the chance, I can do it better, and I can do it again. But when you talk about corruption at El Triple RC, when you talk about corruption in LTA and the president is not acting, when you talk about corruption in this place and the president is complicit, now the budget is stalled, and everything that's happening in the House of Representatives right now, people watch it. Trust me, 2029 people will speak. Those people right now that are holding the budget, whether the budget will pass, whether it will not pass, you're seeing something we cannot confirm about 2.3 million in the budget, of budget expensive, people giving spotter story, and all this different thing. If this new year, President Joseph Boakai cannot fix this, that would be trouble for Jeremiah Kuhn. So Jeremiah Kuhn way forward is only through President Joseph Yema Boakai. Anything short of that, Jeremiah Kuhn would not succeed. Whether he going against an independent candidate, I still do believe though, and let me say this, I still do believe that President George Monowia will not be in the race 2029. So whosoever will be that candidate, that independent candidate, will have a voice to tell the people, say, listen, you try CDC, they let you down. You try Unity Party twice, they let you down. Give chance to the new person to build Liberia. And I think that's the message. So I hope I answered your question, but it's always
you did justice to the question. You did justice to the question. I agree 100% that the outcome of Joseph Boakai administration will determine whether Jeremiah Kuhn can preach a message of hope or can preach a message of success. But my problem, my thinking is, Stanton, I don't think President Boakai wants to continue until 6 years. I think he will resign at some point and put Jeremiah Kuhn there. You know how I know? I know because the recent action taken by Jeremiah Kuhn to resign from the MDR to join Unity Party is a master plan by the Unity Party.
So let me hold you there. That wasn't a recent action. The only way Jeremiah Kuhn could have become a vice president, he must resign from MDR. So I will say this to you, and it was very clear. We have Prince Johnson on the show. Prince Johnson said a long time. He said Jeremiah Kuhn resigned prior to the election. And it was on a Friday or Saturday during the campaign time. When Joseph Boakai was contemplating of having Jeremiah Kuhn on the ticket, he had to resign and become a Unity partisan. That's the only way he could be on the ticket as a vice president. This wasn't a collaboration with MDR and Unity Party. It was on a Unity Party ticket. So the whole thing about Jeremiah Kuhn resign, that's an old story. That's a
so stand
straight
up,
up old story.
stand up. Let me
Yes,
let me
sir.
ask you.
Yes, sir.
You know, I mean, everybody got their choice. You can have your choice. Gibson, me, we all know our own choices. But when you were saying, you said, "Oh, we all know what Georgia came with the corruption." So our brother Jeremiah Kuhn, he got no corruption on him too.
I can answer that question for you.
Yes or no, that's all.
No, I have to answer the way I want to answer. You cannot tell me just yes or no.
Well,
And I will say this to you. I make mention, if you're hearing me, maybe your phone went off. And
No, I
Gibson,
already said it. You only came and say
we're not talking each other now. So you go ahead. If you want me to answer, I will answer.
Yeah,
Don't interrupt me.
I won't
Yeah,
continue.
go ahead and continue.
Right. You came by and said, Georgia, we know when they in the corruption, you know, but Jeremiah Kuhn, he can only depend on Baka because so he not get no corruption. But let me say this, Stanton. I have said this over and over. And I will say on this show, I hope people can hear me. One of the greatest political assault was against George Weah. All of the forces of anything came together, Stanton, including you. It was 24 hours attack against George Weah. Prince Johnson joined with Baka. Tewa Gunglo joined with Baka. ICOP joined with Baka. Or what he named the spirit man, the Moga food we can see, joined with Baka. All of these forces put together could only win George Weah about 17,000 votes. It should tell you something. If it doesn't say anything to you, you are living in a different world. I can say this though. As to how George Weah performed, It is not left with the few people who cause all of the noise. It's left with the majority of Liberians who are seeing the impact of their lives now and the impact of their life then. The woman, the people, Manjua, who used to go sell her pepper in the market, she knows how people used to buy or not buy. And she knows today how people are buying and not buying. So it does not really concern a lot for the political, whoever you can call them. To just think, oh, George Weah he failed. That is a song you have sung for 6 years. And George Weah could only lost by 17,000 votes. 17,000. Think about it. Only with Steve Johnson on George Weah thing was going to be a first round election.
Okay, thank you.
ACOP, they won. They went beyond the 12 bracket. Only 17,000 votes.
All right, thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. And I hope you mute yourself, not to be interrupted. We said thank you for that. But Gibson, I would say this. I think my brother Isaac wanted us to massively destroy George Manneh Weah. He agreed that George Manneh Weah lost the election. We all do. But he said only by 17,000 votes. So you wanted us to make 100,000 votes? Oh, no, I cannot interrupt that. After we were quiet, you cannot interrupt. I beg you, my friend.
Oh, you just
no, we cannot. No. I'm not asking you any question. I would never ask you a question. Forget anything I say as a question. Gibson. We beat George Manneh Weah because George Manneh Weah failed the Liberian people. We beat George Manneh Weah because George Manneh Weah couldn't listen when the people was calling him. He couldn't listen when he have corrupt actors in his government. He couldn't take action. He couldn't remove any of them. He couldn't fire any of them. And guess what? Guess the message I have for the Liberian people. We hold this President Joseph Yema Boakai responsible for people in his government that's corrupt. Guess what the president doing right now? He's removing them. We're not hearing you, Gibson. Are you talking to me? Yeah, so let me finish with this. I say you will not interrupt me. We can only do this as one at a time, please. Somebody, please tell us not to interrupt us.
No, but who the president removed now?
I say you will not do this.
I say do not interrupt. I say do not interrupt.
I don't know why you're acting like picking, my man. We will not do this. We don't have many on the show today. No, my man, leave it. We're not doing it. Take your time, relax. You're talking to me. You're talking to Stanton, relax. I will bring you on, my man. Let me finish. So I will say to you, Gibson, yeah, George Weah problem. Most recent problem. He insulted Sir Joseph. The greed that George Weah said it must be me. The vindictive behavior that George Weah coming back with. So I asked, I said, but who George Weah coming back with? Guess who he coming back with? Samuel Twelve. Who in Liberia want to see Samuel Twelve right now? Who George Weah coming back with? Samuel Wolokoti. Who George Weah coming back with? Jefferson Koji. Do anything you want to say. Why sedition? Lawmakers refusing to listen to George Weah and go and support Speaker Follati Kofa. Listen to the plaque. Listen to the crowd. They are all around crying because it should be only about George Weah. George Weah is that God. That if it's not him, it's nobody else. But I got a message, yo. Joseph Boakai and this government, they are not perfect. When people are caught in this government of corruption, we look in the camera and tell Mr. President, we take our phone and tell Mr. President, your people corrupt. You know what he do? He will suspend, he will ask for resignation, he will dismiss, and those people that stay there thinking that they are safe, we are still pushing Mr. President, you need to get them out. It's good governance. But George Weah didn't do any of those things. So we can carry on. Now you ask a good question, can Jeremiah Kun win out of Nima County? I'm not a Jeremiah Kun guy. I will say this to you. You got so many people will be jumping in this race 2029. A decision will be made, right? And I can say this to all Liberians. Decision will be made. But I will remind people, for Jeremiah Kun to succeed, Joseph Boakai must succeed now. If Joseph Boakai failed, Jeremiah Kun will not be a contender 2029 because the people will massively reject him, like they did George Barnett Ware. And that's plain blank. Liberian people ain't stupid no more. The reason why they removed George Barnett Ware is only because he didn't listen to them. Death in the government, people dying, no justification, no comprehensive result. Conclusion to this issue, massive corruption. People start building homes. It took the American to come down with sanction on Jawea people. Still, Jawea couldn't listen. Even after the election, the people are still sanctioning people. You know what Jawea is saying? We're not even listening. Even if they sanction Jawea, he will not listen either. Listen, Liberia must change, and Liberia have come to a place that the people ain't stupid no more. Whether Jawea, whether United Party, any of them that failed Liberia with the next 5 years, guess what happened? The people will go for an independent political leader to redeem Liberia of this curse. And that's what we're preaching.
And, if I may say, first of all, I agree with your point about the incident with Sir Joseph. It was not in place at all for he and Sir Joseph to exchange words. And what Sir Joseph was saying was in his interest. You refused the first time during the inauguration to shake Jeremiah Kun's hand, and everybody spoke about it. You went to sympathize with Prince Johnson. They woke up from their seats. They came to meet you, and they tried to shake your hand, and you snubbed their hand. And Joseph was saying, look, you can't continue to do that. And what you said, Jenna, that makes sense to me and more is, if you come with vindictiveness, you're going to make a lot of people popular on your name. If you come with magnanimity, you will get the sympathy that you are looking for. Because right now, Liberians are at the threshold. Is Joseph Boakai going to be good? The way things are starting today, they say when the Christmas is going to be good, you can see it from the eve. The way looking at it, is it going to end good? So they are thinking, they do make mistake about removing George Weah. So yes, if Joseph Boakai blunders, Jeremiah Kun cannot even put his hand up because he will not even win. I don't know whether he can even win Nema because somebody's going to fight in Nema. But it is a great argument for me that George Weah, if George Weah decides to come back, Stanton, our Liberian people, I don't know how many of them will analyze it the way you analyze it. I don't know. What the media this day is strong. The Spoon will be here. Other institutions will be here. They will remind them about what happened in the past. But can they really buy it if the situation that we have now continues? If all of these missteps that we are seeing little by little continue. So I don't think so. And Jeremiah already, with the issue of Prince Johnson, not speaking to Prince, allegedly, I'm not sure of it, not speaking to Prince Johnson for 7 months, and stuff like that. These are not good publicity for Jeremiah Kun. So I don't know if Jeremiah Kun can survive any election. I don't see how he can win even the Southeast if George Weah in the game.
Let me just say this. I know we keep using the word if. Please quote me. His Excellency former President George Mane Open-Weah will be a candidate 2029 on the ballot. He will run for the presidency in Liberia. So the next discussion should be, as you are discussing, who will win him, who will not win him. But the discussion as to if he will should be absolute. Yes.
What would be the message that we will be coming back with, just in case if I want to join?
Very simple. The people said they would do it better. I let them do it 6 years all over the country. Simple. You got to talk plenty. My brother Gibson, this is it. They said the country was hard. They coming to make the country better. You can decide for yourself. They said George Weah was building park all around park that nothing. You can decide for yourself. They say, oh, you are building, you just right here, you building market house, market building and nothing. You can decide. You see how the rest getting expensive? You can decide. Listen, oh, George Weah brought harmonization, we take it from there. You can decide. George Weah, they do corruption. You are the sitting government now. It is your responsibility to persecute those who you know and you said who were doing corruption. In addition to that, look at your own government. Furthermore, my brother, look at the country. The country is like when you see, I don't know which kind of animal they say, "Hey, get here or you know where you here, where you here." That's how the country looks now. It is so disorganized that everybody questioning the 40 years experience of the president. John Henry here, the people say they can do it better, so I agree. I'll give it to them. You look at Liberia now. Simple, my brother. You're not hitting your head. That's the message. And again, like I said earlier on, bro, it is not upon the quote-unquote elites to say, "Oh, Joey, I do nothing. Joey, I fail." Man, Joey used to say in the market.
So, I say, you think Shamatu are going to show a face on the campaign trail?
Oh, my brother, let me tell you one thing. George Weah will use every loyal person to his disposal, including Samuel Twe, including Finabondo, and everybody. My brother, George Weah, and I will personally encourage him to use everyone. Who didn't the United Party use? My brother, the United Party used Bob Naked to campaign. Cut me some slacks. United Party used Bob Naked to campaign. And what? Oh, George, we have to tell someone to say, "No, don't come to campaign." Because one United Party person say you shouldn't come. No, he will use everybody. And I always encourage everybody to take their side. But at the end of the day, 2029, the country will not end. We will see what happens in Liberia.
Thank you, sir.
So then,
I said thank you very much. The last word.
To Staton's point, you know, at the same time, arrogance in politics has its own downside.
I agree.
Where there are some people who were with George Weah, who believe that George Weah should have sidestepped. He didn't sidestep, and these people, their name brought disrepute to George Weah's own name. So if they are coming back, even the international community, because you can't just, our politics is not devoid of the international community. You are bringing the same people who people have problem with. It's going to be a hard message to sell.
So let's bring in Nelson. Nelson, come on the show for us to close. Get to Jerry again. It's always good to see you. Please come back again whenever you can. We're going to have Augustine play Gafwan tomorrow as our guest, folks. I want to say this to all Liberians. The bird always pray for long life, not long feather. Because you know why? If the bird live longer, the feather will grow. So the bird said, "God, please give me long life." But if the bird asks for long feathers, right? And that bird gets short life, hey, the feather will not come, that bird will die. Folks, let me say this. Make no mistake. The Liberia we know today is not the Liberia yesterday. As most people celebrate 17,000 to 20,000 and so, I would want to say to all Liberians, we will be here, we will speak. Those that fail you in the past and those that fail you now, you will decide. The time for our country to move in a whole different direction to help our people. What is happening, or what has happened 12 years, Unity Party, 6 years, 12 years, Unity Party, 6 years again, John Manawia. If Joseph Boakai failed to deliver for the people of Liberia, the people will reject this Unity Party. The people will seek new options, and new options are out there, Gibson. People think this is a joke. You have good men and women trying to serve the Liberian people, trying to put food on the people's table, trying to create avenue that the Liberian people can move, get out of poverty, and not only abject poverty, extreme poverty. They want to have $1 to eat. The people don't have. We are talking about a Liberia that after you have tried everything, the people will say, "Lord, thank you very much. At least I'm making something. I'm earning something. I can pay my daughter's school fee. I can pay my son's school fee. At least I can go from here to Maryland in one day and be back." Gibson, you can drive from here to North Carolina in one day and go through how many states? But you can't do that to some places in the country called Liberia. So we will make the case. What a job we are. That fail the Liberian people, and they want to come and dance kakaleka and say we're bringing Samuel Twe back. because yeah, the person hang out with this. Liberian politicians love to pay there, and the pride will destroy them. The arrogance will destroy them. You look at Sir Joseph, 350,000 or more vote he won in Mosserado County. You tell Sir Joseph, wait for 2029, see whether you will get one vote. Are you mumu? Sir Joseph make it all by himself. CDC needs Sir Joseph more than Sir Joseph needs CDC. Now they're jumping around and saying, oh, the votes Sir Joseph got at CDC vote, I vote for Jowea. Why Jowea couldn't win Mosserado County? I will say this to all Liberians. In a heartbeat, the people will reject Jowea. It's a failure. He didn't deliver for our country. If this president failed the Liberian people, like we have started, we will say it. Whether Joseph Boakai runs or whether Jeremiah Kung runs, we will condemn them and say they failed the Liberian people too. Let me say this. We're not sitting down to take side and say, oh yeah, we this, we that. No, the Liberian people must succeed. The Liberian people, this is about them. So what is happening at the House of Representatives? It's killing people.
Yep, it does.
It's destroying the Liberian people. I mean, the people ain't stupid. They can see it. Look at the women over there at Temple of Justice today, taking out the lapa, dancing and yelling. The people want peace. They want to see good things for our country. But God will bless our country and God will deliver Liberia. Let the people then continue to play and think that Liberia belongs to them. And I will always say this. Many are called, but few are chosen. Liberia will be saved. Liberia will be redeemed.
By the grace of God.
By the grace of God.
Hey,
Thank
Nelson, I wanted to say something to you. I watch your video a lot of time. I do this to all my reporters and stuff, and I think I should do that for you. I like your cool. You know, live reporting is one of the difficult things for any journalist. But when you are reporting, the time you take to speak, the cool, the authenticity, the control of your English, continue that. I think it's going to win you places.
I mean, don't let people ask me for more money, but I won't get more money. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that on the show, man. Bye. See you, man. Thank you. We want to appreciate Gibson Jerry. As always, he will come once a year available for us to do a great show. Nelson, thank you very much. It's always good. Again, you guys did extremely well today. And everybody appreciate you guys. And we say thanks to the entire team. Thanks to Madam Titi, James, Damon, Lorena, Denise, Nelson, Chodo Play, Sylvester 1, Sylvester 2, Trocon, and everybody. We're ready to appreciate you guys. Till we meet again tomorrow. Don't forget, we'll be having a Gospel Prayer Gafwan. May God bless you. May God keep you. Listen, please go home and rest. Please don't do no show tonight, please. Go home and rest. And, they will be all right. We're backing you. May God bless our state. May God bless Liberia. Have a good night. Thank you. You can unmute yourself. You're muted.
Okay, yeah. Well, thanks a lot to everyone for being here tonight. We appreciate you for your input, your contributions across the different platforms, our online platforms. Thanks a lot to all of you who called in, making your input from the very start of the show. We appreciate you. And thanks to the many of you who have been here joining us via radio on Spoon FM 107.5. Thanks to the folks on Fabric FM 101.1. And we appreciate the many of you for joining us on the many frequencies across Liberia on Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to the management of those different media outlets as well for always being there to relay the show, to make sure that Liberians across the country are informed every single day. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier FM in Bonk. Thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Creek County. And of course, we want to appreciate Radio Yalamani, Seklepi, Nimba County. Thanks to the folks in Margibi, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County. We appreciate all of you for being there and making sure that the information is disseminated across the country in real time. And yes, to our ardent followers across the different social media handles, I see Philip Bala. Mr. Bala, thanks for joining us tonight. James Aboko, hope I got the name right. Thanks for being here. Ruth Goba, my Ruth, we appreciate you a whole lot. Farmer Roberts, Farmer F. Roberts, we appreciate you as well. Thanks for joining us. Sir Johnson, thanks for coming on tonight. We appreciate your time spent here. Tino Momo, thanks a lot as well for being here with us tonight on this edition of the program. Jefferson Francis Kulako Jr., Paul Benia, yes, thanks for joining us. Jefferson, Harris Pemba, we appreciate you as well. Sam Rennie Siafa, thanks for joining us tonight. Prosper Quincy Rule, Augustine Tully, we appreciate you. Amara Sese, thanks for joining us tonight. Yes, to everyone, Sheikh Iku, we appreciate you for joining us tonight as well. Bless Benson and everyone. It's been a great show, and we look forward to being here tomorrow with another edition of the program. Until then, have a good night, everyone. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. As you heard, the Finance Minister, Honorable Augustine Kwehe Gafuan, will be the guest. And it's going to be a very informative program, very engaging. It's one edition of Spoon Talk you will not want to miss for anything. So you can get set, get ready tomorrow for that show. Of course, Spoon Talk with the Finance Minister for the first time will be on the radio tomorrow. So have a good night, everyone, and let's hope we can be here tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye for now. I'm Nelson Colette, and we appreciate all of you for spending your time here with us tonight on the program.